I've just had such an amazing conversation with our guest, a millennial who has been through it all.
I remember one of the instances, and I could see I can't make that distance, and I had to run. And there was a donkey lying on the road, and I could not see it because it's the same color with it.
Whoa, what happened? If we talk about resilience,
an idea that whatever school I am admitted to, my parents will not be able to
afford the school
afford
fees.
it, and I was relying on some miracle like a scholarship to make it through. So Starehe was
Your hope, your
yes,
only hope.
Yes, and there was one teacher. You always have this one teacher who changes everything. Who wrote in my physics exam? I had a 99 on physics, and he wrote, "Every parent would wish to have a son like you."
Wow! In your report card.
Yes.
We talk about instant gratification and delayed gratification. He's the guy to go to.
And one of the Saturdays I'm walking to the shamba, and there was a forest that you could pass and then go to the shamba. The shambas were on the other side. And as I was walking just under those trees, I had a moment, and I was like, I was carrying I remember carrying a djembe and asking myself, will this be my life? You know, it was just profound that I asked, will this my...
You were just asking yourself?
Yes, I just, you know, the way they say, call a meeting with yourself.
Yes.
A small meeting.
That small board meeting of one person.
I asked, will this be my life? And I was very convicted, no.
We talked about passion for mentorship. He's the guy to go to.
And I remember, due to your exemplary performance, you have been awarded the Equity Leaders Program Scholarship.
Wow. Milestone number 2.
What I did in that program before I went to the university. And they have a very robust induction program. So I was taken through training, job induction. And in 2 months' time, I was a bank teller.
Wow. So you are familiar with bank operations,
yes.
How things work.
And
wow.
I remember the shock when I first saw millions on a table. I think it was
too much money. And you're remembering, there's a time you couldn't raise 3,000 for your school fees.
Yeah. You can't go to your parents for career advice. What do they know? You can't go to your teachers for career advice. Some know, some don't. Limited information here and there. So some people I have heard, they go to their most successful uncle. And if the uncle is a lawyer, do you know what they will say?
Become a lawyer.
That is
I'll tell them to become a lawyer also.
That is the career
I tried that with my children, they refused. None other than Mr. Edwin Mwangi, Chief Business Officer, WorkPay.
My earliest memory of school was I did not like school. I think in standard 2, I dropped out.
You ran away from school?
Yes. After the beating, I think I put some effort. In class 3, I think I improved. In class 4 is when I remember I was top 4. I was number 4.
From 17, you came to top 4.
Yes,
wow.
And then what that happened then is my confidence shifted.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the executive table with Mary Wamae. I'm so glad to have you, and thank you so much for continuing to watch. Now. Some of you are thinking, these guys are just bringing boomers here and Gen X guys here. So I have a surprise for you today. I have brought for you a millennial. So if you are Gen Z, this guy is now closer to you in age. So hopefully you can connect a little bit more. So his name is Edwin Mwangi, Chief Business Officer at WorkPay. And I know he has a lot to share with us. But let's hear it from the horse's mouth. So I'm giving an opportunity to Edwin to carry on and tell us exactly what his life has been. So let's dive in. Edwin, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
I'm sure our viewers will be able to learn a lot of lessons from your story and your experiences in both in your career and your personal life. So karibu sana. So now we start with the early days. Tell us where you were born, by who, the circumstances, early school days, and all that.
Thank you so much, Mary. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm humbled to have the opportunity to share my story. I was born in Aipca County. That was back in 1987. Early school life, I went to a normal primary school called Gatero Primary School. And I think it was in class 7 that I realized I had something. I was gifted because I wanted to pursue something beyond what I could see. And it was the first time that I had a dream or a vision to join the university. And I worked hard for my KCSE. I think we were the first class in the year 2001 to do five subjects out of 500. The previous class had done out of 700. And
now, before we go to the school life, would you like to give us a bit of background about who your parents were, what they were doing in Laikipia? Just tell us a little bit more, if it's okay.
Yeah, so born to peasant farmers. My
both
parents,
of them?
Yes.
Okay.
My dad was working also as a carpenter in the early days, I remember. And my mom was a peasant farmer. And sometimes they could do odd jobs in people's farms. I think that's how they were able to raise the school fees required. At that time, it was not much.
So mostly it was manual jobs, either carpentry or casual laborers in the other people's farms.
Yes.
Both of them.
Yes.
And how many were you born? Your siblings?
Thank you. I'm a firstborn in a family of 3.
3, okay.
Yeah, so I have a brother and I have a sister.
Oh, typically most of the families were bigger than that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, that's good. Brothers, sisters, or how is the mix?
Yeah, I have a brother. He's the youngest one. My sister is the second one.
Oh, okay, so one brother, one
sister. Yes.
Okay, well, that's great.
Yes.
So how was it in the primary school life? Just can you remember something interesting from that era, going out with other young boys? And that time boys and girls were almost like the same. Yeah. So any experiences you'd like to share, especially in the village?
Yeah, I was raised in a village setup. Those who know Laikipia know the slums. So what happened is Laikipia in the 90s in the 90s there were some conflicts in the west, Laikipia West district, and a lot of people migrated and became squatters. And
so are you talking about the tribal clashes that hit parts of the country around that time?
Yes.
So it was hitting your area?
Yes.
Okay.
So we moved from a place called Sipiri to Marmanet.
So are you telling us that you are what we used to commonly refer to as the internally displaced persons, IDPs.
Yeah, I think I learned the
Would
term
you fit
later.
that? But effectively, that is what you are.
Yeah, we were
because
displaced.
it referred to all the people who are displaced by those
Yeah.
conflicts, you know, the local, either tribal, other conflicts.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think even my parents went out looking for jobs, and that's how they worked other people's farms. Eventually, we settled in a slum, in a rural setting. Those who know like Aipca, the famous kangas. So the informal settlements there are called kangas. People don't
so
own.
it was a camp, basically.
Yeah. It's
It was a camp.
basically you're allotted a small piece of land. You don't have ownership papers, but you can settle there, build some semi-structured, semi-structures and live there.
Okay, so was the land big enough, like for you to, like a typical farm, or you just place
Very
to put
small.
up your structure for living, your house, and that's it? Because I think most of them were like that.
Very small.
Yeah.
I think most people know 50 by 100.
50 by 100, that's small.
I know. No, it was half that.
Half, oh, okay.
Yeah, so
It's really tiny.
yeah, it's tiny. You
Just enough to put up your structure.
just a house.
Yeah.
So that's the place I was raised.
Did you have land in the place, the Sipiri place, where you moved from?
My grandfather.
So you are basically moved from where you had enough land
Yes.
to a place where you really didn't have much.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So a normal childhood, I think I did all the games boys could play.
Was there a river near you?
Yeah, of course.
Everyone I interview says they were swimming in the local river.
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Yeah, we used to have some naughty games. There was a dam, and the owner of the dam restricted us from swimming. And his side of the dam was the better
Side.
the better side for swimming. So what we used to do is come on this other side, remove our clothes, swim across
To the other side, which is prohibited. He didn't have dogs to chase you.
Enjoy the swim, and then we could see him coming
and swim back to the other
swim
side.
back and take our clothes.
Oh, okay. Boys will be boys, I guess. Yeah.
And I did football. I think that was one of the ones that I was really punished for, because sometimes I'm left to look after my siblings, and I could do my football, or there is Githeri left, and I'm told you're the one to
take care of the fire, make sure it doesn't go down. Then you forget.
I do football for hours.
How was the discipline like for you in your family? Were there canes or slippers or
anything
belts?
that could hit you, I think. At some point, I thought my mom hated me. But then again, I was conflicted because in the next minute, she's serving me food, and I could not understand
how those two emotions could coexist.
Yeah,
Love and hate at the same time. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
My earliest memory of school was I did not like school. I think in standard 2, I dropped out.
You ran away from school?
Yes.
Wow.
So
we literally used to call it running away from school.
Yeah. So
why?
It was very far. I think it was 2 kilometers.
How long did you have to walk?
2 kilometers
2
away.
kilometers,
Yeah.
not too long.
I was, okay, I don't know, I did not have a purpose for it. So what I used to do, because I didn't want to go to school, take my packed lunch, along the way, disappear to some bush.
Before you get to the school?
Yeah, stay there, take my lunch during lunch hour, wait for my schoolmates
to come out, and then you walk back home like you've been to school.
How
long before you?
I think it went on for 2 weeks.
And you know, at some point we thought our parents were very daft until we discovered they were very clever. They would always discover.
I think I was discovered with the homework, and then
the teacher reported.
Yes, and And when it was discovered, I had to say what I was up to, and I think I received a beating of a lifetime and went back to school.
Yeah.
But I think it was the bullying. I remember some bullying with some bigger boys when I was very tiny at that time. And I think the school had that culture of the bigger boys in class 4 bullying us. And I think I was scared. But when I went back, had to get used to it somehow. And then what happened in class 3, my grades shifted. I remember the last, the worst performance was that time we used to be graded by numbers, number 17
in the
out
class.
of 24.
17 out of 24 is
Yeah,
pretty good.
I think I was near the
nearer the tail. We used to call it the tail.
yeah, and
Yeah.
and then after the beating, I think I put some effort. In class 3, I think I improved. In class 4 is when I remember I was top 4. I was number 4.
From 17, you came to top 4.
Yes,
Wow.
and then what that happened then is my confidence shifted. And I was like,
the more you were
yeah.
exposing your ability, you got more confident. Right?
And then I realized that I got respect now from
the big boys.
Yes, and I was like, now you see me. And
so now they will come to you to show them how to do those maths.
I was like, okay, now I want the top position.
Okay.
And when I was in class 5, I was top of the class.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
Edwin, how would you describe, to what would you attribute that very drastic change, from towards the tail to the head now in terms of academic performance? What happened within a very short time?
To the end, like it was one of the most spoken about competition. It pushed the both of us, and everyone, when we did our KCP, was waiting
to see
who
how
will
it will go, how it will end.
Yes, so I remember thinking we had repeaters last time. In our school, can I?
So you're considering repeating?
Can I go back?
Like you're a tough guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
and get this tarehe, because now I think I can get the 400 if I go back and put more work. Option 2.
From 17, you came to
Yes.
top 4.
Yes,
Wow.
and then what that happened then is my confidence shifted. And I was like,
the more you were
yeah.
exposing your ability, you got more confident. Right?
And then I realized that I got respect now from
the big boys.
Yes, and I was like, now you see me. And
so
I
now
was
they
like,
will come to you to show them how to do those
yes,
maths.
I was like, okay, now I want the top position.
Okay.
And when I was in class 5, I was top of the class.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
Edwin, how would you describe, to what would you attribute that very drastic change, from towards the tail to the head now in terms of academic performance? What happened within a very short time to you?
I think it's purpose. I don't know. I can say it's purpose. Although I was very young, I did not know what I was doing in school. And I think what was going on outside the classwork and everything was affecting me. And I think at that time, the shift was, of course, via discipline, because I received some discipline and I had a very watchful...
so the beating brought sense back to you.
I got the discipline back, and my mother or my parents really wanted me to go through school. It's something they missed themselves, and they really wanted me, and being the firstborn, I had to lead by example. So
yeah, the role model for you.
So I think the discipline kept me straight. That's the early years, because I can't talk about purpose at that time.
You were too young then to know what purpose was all about.
But then again, as I said, when I saw the shift in confidence from being bullied to the bullies respecting me because of their performance. There is something here, and I want to enjoy this feeling, and I want it to last long. I want to have respect, and I think I get a sense of purpose or meaning, or I can do something. I have some value. I have something to give, and that's how I started working hard in school and wanting to be competitive.
So when your mindset shifted, you saw a very dramatic shift also in your performance and the consistency of it.
Yes.
Okay, so how long did that last?
So as I said, class 5 is when I topped the class for the first time. And after that, I think I was top up to class 8. In class 8, something happened. There were what we call repeaters. The people who sat the KCPE the previous year, but for some reason could not proceed
they didn't do very well.
They actually, 3 of them did well, but lacked school fees.
Oh, so they could not proceed because of school fees, so they were made to repeat.
They came back. They were bright students.
Okay.
So I think I also had gotten comfortable with position 1. And when I was in class 8, the first exam, we used to call it the opener exam. Just after Christmas, you've had all the parties and
you threw away the books.
And the first week, there was an opener, and I had gotten used to it. So I was displaced.
Oh, you lost your number 1?
Yes, to number 4. And
how did you feel?
It was a humbling moment. I was embarrassed, and it was a wake-up call. And also, it dawned on me that, competitive...
Things can change.
Yes,
things can.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was a wake-up call, I remember. I worked so hard, and I couldn't be number 1 again. Even in the upcoming exam, first term, I think, I was number 2. I was able to reclaim 2 positions.
But not number 1.
Number 1 was a sharp guy. So we had a healthy competition across class 8 to the end. Like, it was one of the most spoken about competition. It pushed the both of us. And everyone, when we did our KCP, was waiting to see who
how
will
it will go, how it will end.
Yes, so did KCP, waited that time.
Yeah.
Did the process that we do after boys finish class 8, and then I was out, and the exam was out around that time. It used to come out in January of the next year.
Yeah.
Very nervous. That time I really had known that I wanted to go to the university.
Yes.
And I was waiting. In fact, I had applied. I had some information that I could get scholarship by the Starehe Boys Center, and I had already applied.
To Starehe Boys.
Yes. And I was waiting for the result slip to come out so that I forwarded to the school. So when the exam came out, I had 385 marks out of 500. I really wanted to be 400 and above.
What was your expectation?
I wanted 420.
420,
yes.
and you got 385.
385.
Which was still a good top mark.
Yes.
But not quite
Yes.
your standard.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how did you feel?
My rival guy had 381.
Oh, you beat him! Good. At least I'm happy you beat him.
That record stayed for more than 10 years in
Yeah.
that school. I was happy I was top.
So you are the top student
yes,
in the school?
in the school,
although
yes.
you didn't meet your mark?
Yes.
Okay.
So Navas sent the result slip to Starehe boys. Waited. I had an idea that whatever school I am admitted to, my parents will not be able to afford it, and I was relying on some miracle like a scholarship to make it through. So Starehe was
your hope, your
yes,
only hope.
Yes. So
okay.
You can imagine how shattered my dreams were when the letter came, and
a league, right?
And it was out of the 3,000 applicants that applied to the school, we could only take 300.
Oh my.
Unfortunately, you are not amongst them.
Only. Yeah.
And we wish you all the best. And I think I was 14, and at that time I was heartbroken. I knew my chances were very slim to proceed with my education. And I remember feeling lost and confused. What will I do? I was admitted to a school called Dururumo High School. It's
still also in Laikipia?
Yeah, near Nyahururu. I think it's now a national school. Then
it's
it
a
was
mixed school?
yeah.
It's a mixed school.
Then it was a provincial school. And the fee structure I had seen was in the excess of 60,000 then. Was a lot of money. And I had options. I had to weigh my options. And I remember thinking, we had repeaters last time in our school. Can I...
So you're considering repeating?
Can I go back?
Like you're a tough guy.
Yes,
yeah.
and get this Starehe, because now I think I can get the 400 if I go back and put more work. Option 2 was to join a polytechnic.
Wow. Now forget about secondary school.
Yes. Yeah, there was that option on the table. I think it was convincing financially because of it takes like 2 years to complete polytechnic. The fee structure is not as steep, and I would have become a mechanic.
Wow.
And I don't know. So the third option was forget.
How come we always have 3 options? In every situation, it's like there are only 3 options. 3, yeah. So what was the third one?
The third one was to put the Dururumo letter aside and join any high school or secondary school that was available.
That was more affordable.
Yes. And I think weighing the options, number 1 was it was not guaranteed that I would go back to primary and score 400.
And even if you did,
yes, there was
would the financial circumstances have improved for your parents? And,
that was the
question.
I would still come back to the same decision.
The same position. Yeah.
There was also the humiliation of you are the best.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
And you're back now with your youngsters.
Yes.
In the same class.
Yeah. So I took number 3.
So you decided now let's look for another school.
Yes.
Probably closer home, more affordable.
Yes.
Okay.
So
which school was this?
The school I went to, this is not even known, it was called Mudengera Aipca Secondary School.
Right near your home?
It was 4 kilometers from home.
From home.
Yeah. It had been started, as I said,
was
by the
Dururumo
church.
going to be a boarding school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ruruma was a boarding. This one was a day school.
So this is now a day school
Yes.
near home.
Near home.
Okay.
So the church had started it, Aipca, I think, independent.
Yeah, the independent church.
Yes.
Yeah.
It had, so when we joined, they just got 2 classes. So the guys who were in Form 1 the previous year went to Form 2, and we were...
So you are the second class to
Yes.
join. It was a new school.
Yes.
Okay. How did it go?
Exam, I had a 99 on physics, and he wrote, if I can just remember paraphrasing, he wrote something like, every parent would wish to have a son like you.
Wow. In your report card?
Yes.
He was so impressed.
The difference between me and number 1
Yes.
was 1 point.
Yes.
Was 1 point.
This
in the
time?
midterm.
Yes.
In the midterm, it was 1 point.
1 point still?
Yes.
What?
The end term, it was 1 point.
That's what we call neck to neck. So you decided now, let's look for another school.
Yes.
Probably closer home, more affordable.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Which school was
the
this?
school I went to, this is not even known, it was called Mudengera Aipca Secondary School.
Right near your home?
It was 4 kilometers from home.
From home.
Yeah. It had been started, as I said,
Was
by the
Duruma
church.
going to be a boarding school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Duruma was a boarding. This one was a day school.
So this is now a day school
Yes.
near home?
Near home.
Okay.
So the church had started it, Aipca, I think, independent.
Yeah, the independent church.
Yes.
Yeah.
It had, so when we joined, they just got 2 classes. So the guys who were in Form 1 the previous year went to Form 2, and we were...
So you are the second class to join.
Yes.
It was a new school.
Yes.
Okay. How did it go?
So it was very unfamiliar because the people that were there were most of them who never received their admission letters.
So the performance was nowhere close to your 385.
And here I am.
So you're feeling like you're swimming in very unfamiliar waters.
Yes,
already on day 1.
I was lost. But I had this optimism. This is a platform that I can make it. I used to validate myself and say the school does not matter. It's the same syllabus. It's maybe not the same teachers, because the teachers, what used to happen in such private schools, they don't have TSC qualified teachers.
Oh, they are the board appointed teachers.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's a challenge. And I think it proved to be a challenge in the first year, because most of the teachers, there was a very high turnover of teachers.
Yeah, turnover. Okay.
We have this teacher this term, the next term. There was 2 terms we did not do some subjects because of
There was no
shortage of
teacher
teachers.
to
Yeah.
teach.
And the ones that we did, I performed very well. I remember getting the first exams from the first term and having 99%, 97% and all that. And there was one teacher, you always have this one teacher who changes everything, who wrote in my physics exam. I had a 99 on physics. And he wrote, if I can just remember paraphrasing, he wrote something like, every parent would wish to have a son like you.
Wow. In your report card,
Yes.
he was so impressed
Just said,
by your
excellent.
performance.
Every parent would wish to have a son like
you. So what did that comment do to you?
Validation, I think.
You felt very validated,
Yeah,
and I guess it gave you that, I don't know, confidence to keep on in hope.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
just the background, when I went to that school, I remember going very early in the morning and coming very late in the evening so that people don't see me.
Going to that school.
Yeah.
So you not even talk about it with your friends, your neighbors.
Yes. It took some time for people to realize that
you're going to that school.
To that school. And of course you can imagine I am feeling this because it is the time that I realized I think the worst poverty you can have as students is not to afford school fees. And that's the time it hit me that I can be gifted, talented, but I can miss an opportunity because we don't have the financial...
Your financial circumstances become an obstacle.
I had very conflicting things going on. Sometimes I want to be embarrassed. Other times I am very mindful of the situation we are in. I was sometimes I want to blame my parents and why are we in this situation, and sometimes I am appreciative of
the effort
that they also are putting, because even raising the school fees for that secondary school, they were making an effort. As I said, remember, they are working odd jobs.
Odd jobs, yeah.
My mom is going to other people's farms, do they called kipimo.
The daily.
15 by 15 to be paid 70 shillings.
It was 70 bob.
Yeah.
For a day's work.
For a day's work, to accumulate that amount to give me 3,000 to pay the 50% of the fees for the term. I think I could see the effort, but I still had all these emotions going through me, and when I received that validation message from the teacher, it was like, I am special, I have something, and I can still do this. Wow. And I remember having the realization that I have what it takes, but I am in the wrong environment. Yeah. So what I did is I went to my parents and we had a conversation, and I told them, I know my potential, but the school that we are in, I cannot make it there.
It will not get me to where I think I should be. Okay.
And to give you an example of what I'm saying, I used to say this in some mentorship forums. We did not have a laboratory.
At all?
Yes. I remember our science teacher, biology, picking a biro pen and a pencil and saying in front of the class, imagine this is a burette. And I was like,
I can't even start imagining.
You've never seen what a burette looks like, or a pipette, or all those things, but a teacher is demonstrating with a biro pen and saying, imagine this, and this is the way you'd pour.
Yeah, but I'm imagining also the teacher is also very frustrated. He knows what he wants to communicate, but it's not really working. Yeah. No, that was quite frustrating. Yeah. Okay. So what
we
was
had
the
a
option
discussion, and we decided we have to change schools, and we have to at least go to a government school,
which has more facilities.
Yes, and you can bet on the teachers are qualified. They have a syllabus running and all that. So there was a school that was I said that was 4 kilometers away. There was one that was 16 kilometers away.
16?
Yeah, it
From
was the
home?
nearest, yes, a day school. Because again, we have to restrict it to day schools.
You can't afford the boarding school.
Boarding is out of the way.
16 kilometers.
So Dhiro Secondary School, I know people who know me know that is the school that I made my story. So I went there when I was in Form 2, beginning of the term. And we had the breakfast exams again. And I had missed some subjects for like two terms.
Yeah.
So interestingly, we had the midterm exams, and I was number 2.
What? Despite all that challenge?
And then everybody started talking about the new guy.
Wow.
Where has he come from?
This guy who has come from
AIPC. The teachers were, who is he? And what? Yeah.
Wow.
I stood, hiyo ni kuangukia. See,
let's watch next time. We will see.
Immediately after the exams, I used to dread that time in the assembly. Mm-hmm. Just after assembly, and then you see the head teacher with a printout of fee balances. I was sent home.
Did they used to announce them in parade?
They could say today we will send people with fee balances home. And then later, just after the assembly, when you get to your class,
you're in the list.
The teacher is outside and calling names, and I was amongst the people who were sent home. And I went home, and there was no money. And I stayed home for 2 weeks. And when I was there, I became a problem solver. So we had this discussion with my mom, and I was like, we need to raise money somehow. Mm-hmm. And it was this just after planting season. Mm-hmm. You need to the first time
weed.
Yes, the weeding. And we had this primary school teacher who had 2 acres somewhere. My mom went to talk to him to give us the job, and the promise was, it's 2 acres. If we can manage to do 1 acre, then you release the money for
payment
for the entire 2 acres, and then my mom will continue.
You go back to school.
It took us 2 weeks to finish the 1 acre. My dad used to work somewhere else as a carpenter, so he would come maybe once a month. And we did not know if he was coming and if he would come with money. And so that's what we did. And I remember how life-changing that experience was. And as I was doing that, we used to go very early in the morning. And my mom would pack lunch and some uji in a thermos flask. And we would take a break and take our lunch and continue until the sunset, and tomorrow we would repeat the whole thing. And we raised the money. It was about 3,000.
The balance required for you to go back.
And I went back and I paid. And before I know it, the end of term exams are here.
You've already missed 2 weeks?
Yes, 2 weeks.
Of school?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I did the best I could, and surprisingly, I was also number 2 again.
Oh, even after missing all those days.
And
wow.
The funny thing is, the first time, the difference between me and number 1 was 1 point.
Yes.
Was 1 point.
This
in the midterm.
Yes.
In the midterm, it was 1 point.
1 point still?
Yes.
What?
The end term, it was 1 point.
That's what we call neck to neck. Neck to neck.
Yeah, that's how.
Wow.
So I was again validated, and
despite all those challenges,
started giving me respect. In the second term, the bursary came through.
Wow.
I was given a bursary by the school. The head teacher was now on my side because I was like...
And your performance now is very good.
Yes, it can speak for itself.
Yeah.
And I remember the rest of the time now, from 3, from 4, I
You
got
didn't
a lot
struggle
of
too
bursaries.
much.
I got a lot of bursaries, and I was never out of school.
You were never sent home again.
Yes.
So you had a very now consistent time to study.
Yes.
Now, so just so that we are clear, did you used to walk 16 kilometers to and from school? Or how did you manage that distance?
From Form 2 second term, the time I got the bursary, we did the exam. The difference between me and my opponent,
yes,
was 80 points.
To you?
Yes.
In your favor?
And I was like...
And they never caught up again?
Yeah. Just under those trees, I had a moment, and I was like, I was carrying I remember carrying a djembe and asking myself, will this be my life? You know, it was just profound that I asked, will this my...
You were just asking yourself?
Yes, I just, you know, the way they say, call a meeting with yourself.
Yes.
A small meeting.
That small board meeting of one person. Now, so just so that we are clear, did you used to walk 16 kilometers to and from school? Or how did you manage that distance?
So, it was along the tarmac. So there are usually some buses that come to Nairobi very early in the morning.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. So what you used to do is, you have to be at the roadside.
Yeah, at the bus stop.
Yes, by 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yes.
To get that bus.
Yes. And then, as long as you're in school uniform, we were charged 5 shillings.
Ah, so it was affordable.
Yes. What you just do is stand on the aisle.
So they don't give you a seat?
Yeah,
you stand?
Yes.
You don't care? You would have walked? Okay.
In the evening, you time the same buses, do the same.
Now coming the other direction.
Yes, and it was manageable because 10 shillings per day, 50 shillings per week.
Yeah, okay.
It was manageable.
You could raise
Over
that.
time, the bus, we had a connection with the
driver.
and
the driver was a very powerful man at that time.
He used to hoot.
Oh!
And he was like 2 kilometers
so
away.
You know, so you ran. Nice. You know, everyone likes good performance, right?
I remember one of the instances, and I could see I can't make that distance, and I had to run. And there was a donkey lying on the road, and I could not see it because it's the same color with the...
Wow, what happened?
I stepped on it.
So you stepped on the donkey.
And we both jumped.
The donkey is wondering what's going on. And you also wondering what is going on. Did you fall?
No, I quickly, realized this is what is going on.
Yeah, but too late.
I have no problem with you. I have
my target. My goal is to reach that bus.
And I made it to the stage. So it was very interesting. Over time, they even stopped charging us.
So you get the ride free now.
We are also supporting your education. We see the determination. And it was easy. And then I think the only time we had a challenge was 2005. Was it 2000? There was a time Mishuke rules came into play.
When you had to do the seat belts.
And they said there is no standing on the aisle, no excess passengers.
Which class were you in that time?
It was Form 3.
Form 3.
We walked.
So you walked for some time? Wow.
We used to walk in groups, and those who had bicycles now could
carry others.
Yeah. If you are clever, you remove the seat so that you don't because but if you have siblings, then they team up and they use the bicycle. Yeah, eventually I think things relaxed.
They relax and you are able to ride again.
And that's how we manage transport for the entire time. Yeah.
Wow.
In Form 4, I would say this was the defining moment. In Form 4, second term, I was the best student.
So now by this time you have taken what would call the unassailable lead.
Yes.
Over your opponent. That one of 1 mark.
From Form 2, second term, the time I got the bursary, we did the exam. The difference between me and my opponent was 80 points.
To you?
Yes.
In your favor?
And I was like...
And they never caught up again?
There is no competition. And I think one thing I realized quickly is I'm not competing
with you
guys. I have people who went to Dururumo, the school that I was supposed to go to.
The one you wanted to didn't go to where you had been admitted.
And they kept me awake at night. I had people that I knew were in Mary Mother of Grace. I had people who went to Starehe, and I was like, my mind had already shifted. My competition is national.
It's now not here.
Yes.
It's not local anymore.
That's what kept me humble. Otherwise, I would have fallen in the same trap that I had in primary.
Complacency, feeling you're the best.
I'm the boss here, and I miss to reach my potential in secondary school.
So what did you tell the students in terms of the way they should think about being in their comfort zone and complacency?
I think it starts with purpose. I would give a story of how this happened. One of the weekends, we used to assist our parents with the farm. So what used to happen is you have these jobs that you do in other people's farm, but you also have your own small shamba that you've leased somewhere for your own food and all that subsistence farming. So I used to help my parents on Saturdays when I'm not going to school. So I was in Form 3 that time. And one of the Saturdays I'm walking to the shamba, and there was a forest that you could pass and then go to the shambas were on the other side. And as I was walking just under those trees, I had a moment, and I was like, I was carrying I remember carrying a djembe and asking myself, will this be my life? You know, it was just profound that I asked, will this my...
You were just asking yourself?
Yes, I just, you know, the way they say, call a meeting with yourself.
Yes.
A small meeting.
That small board meeting of one person.
I asked, will this be my life? And I was very convicted, no, this can't be it. Like, I cannot continue to live the life that my parents lead. I would not want what I felt that time, if I ever get kids, to feel that way ever. And I want to make a difference. And at that time, I realized I have to get out of this place. Yeah. And
so for once you felt like, I have to tell myself that there must be a way out of these circumstances. But it is only me who can get myself out of here.
Yeah, so the small meeting quickly had an
There was agenda. A resolution. What was the resolution?
Resolutions were passed.
Yes.
And the biggest one, the big goal,
yes,
you have to go to the university.
Get yourself out of here. And the only way you do that is go to the university.
Go to the
one way or another.
Yes.
Wow. You're watching The Executive Table. My name is Mary Wamae. The story continues. I'm glued to my seat, and I'm sure you are too. Keep watching.
I have to be the first one. There were again. What I'm saying is, a lot of odds, against a lot of odds. And I remember that meeting, the resolution was, what do I have to lose? Yes. I think that's how I settled the whole debate. The August break, was there anyone who scored an A in the mocks?
In the mocks.
And the answer was no, even in Dururumo.
Wow.
The best was an A minus.
The story continues. I have with me Mr. Edwin Mwangi, Chief Business Officer at WorkPay. My name is Mary Wamae, and this is the Executive Table. Keep watching. Now, tell us how it ended at the secondary school.
The secondary school.
You're already number one, unassailable.
Yeah.
Just tell us.
Gotten to Form 4. I've been selected to represent the school to the prize giving ceremony, district level. Used to happen in Nanyuki.
For the district prize giving ceremony. Yeah. Okay.
So what happened is that the school selected every top student of the class to represent the class. To go for the event. Yes, so I was representing my Form 3.
Your class.
Yeah. And we went to Nanyuki.
That's where the ceremony was?
Yes. And amongst the very many awards that were given, I had gone previously. This was now the second time.
The second time.
So I was in Form 4, and I remember this moment because amongst the prizes that were given, I saw the top student last year being awarded. Top student KCSE.
Now in the KCSE?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, they are being given an admission letter to a bank. And there was a manager there from Equity Bank Nanyuki, and they were explaining, if you become the top student
in the district,
top girl, top boy, we give you a job immediately to the bank.
Wow.
And I just had a moment letting that sink in. And I remember I was seated next to my teacher, and I was like, can you explain
what is going on?
That again?
How does that thing work?
I said, there is this new bank that is now sponsoring
the top students.
They give them a job straight from
automatically.
Yes, and they give them a scholarship to the university. And I was like, my mind was like transfixed, and I remember asking myself, that guy, is he? I wanted to go and greet him in person.
The guy who got that year.
Yeah. In my mind, I think I could. It was like if he greeted me, he could pass the anointing
to you. Wow.
But also in hindsight, I was like, are you normal? Like,
what does it take?
Yeah, like the question was.
Or even asking yourself, is he a special? Is he in a special?
Do you eat
more special
foods?
than me?
What do you do differently? And I was disturbed. I kept quiet all the way back. It was like a 3-hour drive back
to the school.
Yeah, and we arrived late at night, and all I could think of was I had these mind games in my head.
If I may ask you, this guy who got the scholarship from Equity that year, he was from which school?
Mary Mother of Grace.
Mary Mother of Grace, not your school.
Yes.
Okay.
It was the top school then. Boys' school by the Catholic Church. It's in Laikipia, performed very well. It used to be top 10 nationwide then.
Wow.
And I am playing these games in my head. I'm like, can you do it? And it was second term. We were 2 weeks away from the mocks. And the KCSE was in like 3 months.
Yes.
It was around June, July.
In the middle of the second term.
Yeah.
In Form 4.
Yes. And I remember I was confident I could get a B+, which was at the time the requirement to join the university.
Yes.
So I was like, in terms of what I wanted to get out through a university route, I had it. I had it in mind or in sight. But this has a new dynamic now. There is a
I'm
promise.
already seeing you. You already had one resolution. I'm getting into that university.
Yes.
You had already resolved in that previous board meeting. Now, have you got another board meeting with yourself?
Yes, this one
to
is
do
now,
another resolution.
This one is now.
Tell us about this new resolution.
This one is now a battle going on.
In addition.
And I think what got into me at that point was self-doubt. Can I do it? And I'm looking at my circumstances at the time, and I'm looking at where I am. I am in a day school. Remember, if I had gotten the Dururumo opportunity,
it would have been easier. You're thinking it would have been maybe automatic.
It's all in the. I would be in an environment where I can compete with
this
them.
Mary, Mother of Grace.
Yes. And can I do it? Is there time? Had I gotten this information previously, would I have pushed myself harder than I have and not settled for what I am saying is the lowest entry point to the university? It has never been done before in this school that I am in. No one has ever even qualified,
to go to university?
Yes.
Wow.
And I'm like, I have to be the first one. There were what I'm saying is a lot of odds. Against a lot of odds. And I remember that meeting, the resolution was, what do I have to lose?
Yes.
I think that's how I settled the whole debate. What do I have to lose? I can sit here and say I can't do it because I am in a day school.
I'm starting as an underdog.
Yeah. And the schools that they have better support systems, they have better infrastructure.
Facilities. Yeah.
We had rumors going on that some of their teachers they mark their
they are the markers.
So they have these nuggets.
I don't have access to those kind of facilities and resources. Wow.
But I said, what do I have to lose? And I think that statement changed the whole game and helped me to push the last mile.
With only 3 months to go.
Yes. And a mocks in 2 weeks. And I remember something, because if you are listening to this story and you are in high school, I think discipline is very important. I remember immediately after that event at Nanyuki, and we came back to school, the week before the mocks, this is like 2 weeks before the mocks, the school gave us another pre-mock exam to test our
preparedness for the mock.
And most of the students said they are not doing it.
What?
Yes, like it's too soon.
Was it optional?
No, it was not.
But they found a way of.
They said they are not doing it. So collectively there was a plan
to sabotage.
Yes, not to do it. And what was the plan? Go in the exam room. The first exam was English paper 1. Don't write your name. You're given the exam paper.
Yes.
Do nothing for 45 minutes.
Just stay there doing nothing.
Yes. Hand over
and
a blank.
And then submit a blank paper.
Yes. The mastermind had it in in instruction. So I go in. I'm the top student. I have this new resolution that I have to succeed in my KCSE, and I have to do extraordinary to pass the exam. And you know, there is a prize if I make it.
Now, you have to literally become the best student
Yes.
in the district
Yes.
to get the equity scholarship, in
3 months.
addition to getting to university.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yes. And here is a predicament because half of the school or the class was undecided. Half was very determined not to do the exam. So the day came, papers were issued, and I had 2-3 minutes to decide. Those who know composition paper is 40 minutes. It's a short time.
Yes.
You waste 5 minutes, you will not finish your story, and you will not get the marks, the 40 marks. I decided, you know what, this is my own story, this is my own journey. I came to this school alone. I was nobody. You knew me when I was here, and I will live alone. I am doing this. And I wrote my name and started. And of course, being the first student or the best student, you are an influencer by silence. So the rest of the undecided
so they are looking
class,
at you, and now they see you busy writing, so everyone starts writing.
Half the class did the exam.
The exam.
And the teacher, they had this information on what was going on. So at some point, I think 20 minutes into the exam, the teacher is there. Whoever has not written their name on the paper, hand me your paper.
And go.
Out.
You're bringing negative energy here.
Yes, and they knelt down. They knelt outside the class, and the head teacher was informed. They made a decision, and they were suspended for the 2 weeks to allow us the ones that decided to do the exam to continue. Yeah. And I remember some friendships were broken.
That time.
Yes.
Or between those who did and those who defied.
I lost some friends.
Yeah.
We were called traitors and all that. And there is 2 weeks to the MOOCs.
Yes.
And the whole idea was they now have time to now prepare for the MOOCs, the serious exam. This other one is a waste of time. We did it, the MOOCs came, and I think that was the biggest validation for me because I scored an A- of 76 marks.
It was even better than your B mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it validated that it's actually possible. And because I now had the district view, so I asked around. I had friends in Dururumo. We had met through, the inter-school games and all that. I had someone in Merimada, and we were able to get information during the August break. Was there anyone who scored an A in the MOOCs?
In the MOOCs. Dururumo.
And the answer was no, even in Dururumo.
Wow.
The best was an A-. But then there are these stories that pass around.
Yes.
MOOCs in other schools are marked very harshly.
So it's not a reflection of better performance.
People
always find a way of putting you down, right?
They cannot allow you to have a moment. I think the lesson there is discipline, and it's self-discipline. There is, and I've seen this play out many times, a group of students influence others and lead demonstrations in school and do all manner of things. I said, there is nothing to lose. I have to go. And I remember there is this famous quote, aim for the sun. If you land on the moon. If my aim was the A and I get an A minus and my initial aim was just to get a B plus. We were able to get information during the August break. Was there anyone who scored an A in the mocks?
In the mocks.
And the answer was no, even in Dururumo.
Wow.
The best was an A minus. But then there are these stories that pass around.
Yes.
Mocks in other schools are marked very harshly.
So it's not a reflection of better performance. People
allow,
always find a way of putting you down, right?
It cannot allow you to have a moment. Even with my A minus, I was like, maybe the teachers here were a bit
lenient. Because it's our student.
I am doing a district exam.
Yeah.
We've been doing local exam.
Yes.
So this one can't be a judge. But what if?
The long and short of it, you have done well. Yeah.
And I remember now, after mocks, we had to forget the mocks. The eye is on the prize. There was 2 months.
Now, you have a very, very good lesson there,
Yeah.
especially for our students. Because we have seen, that hard mentality in student where now we are not sitting exam, or now you are going to ban the classroom and all that. So maybe you can just sum up what you have just told us about that mock, that preparation for the mock exam. What should students be thinking about it when those things come up?
I think the lesson there is discipline. And it's self-discipline. There is, and I've seen this play out many times, a group of students influence others and lead demonstrations in school and do all manner of things. At that point, I think it was self-discipline. What do I want as an individual? I think it has to come to a place where you turn to self and you ask yourself, why am I here?
As myself.
Yes. To put yourself in the crowd mentality of, that thinking as a crowd loses the self.
Yes.
Because if I reflected upon my story at that time, I was like, I was the one who faced the hardships. When we go home, I go to my home. I tell my parents, when I'm sent home for school, this is my story. I think we students or young people should never get lost in thinking as a crowd. Make the decision alone, be disciplined, and decide for yourself. At that point, what matters is your own destiny. What do you want? And I said, you walk to school on the first day.
Alone. Or by yourself.
If you are lucky, you're taken by your parent. Some don't even have that opportunity to be taken by the parent. They have the box, they report to the school, they have the school fees, they go pay the school fees, and they report. When you leave, this is now of course, the 4 years you get a lot of friends. You become famous.
Together, we are all friends.
Yes, and then that time comes, and the friends decide we are not sitting for the mocks, and you have to now juggle between your own dreams versus the loyalty you have to your friends.
For your friends.
What do you choose? And I hope that people can choose self of a crowd, because what happens is the people you think are friends, and I've seen this play out many times, after primary school you lose almost 90% of the friends. People go different ways.
Who you called your friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
High school, the same case.
Yes.
University was. So at that point, I was very mindful that come the last day of the KCSE,
when I leave those gates of the school,
I go home.
I will go home
By
again
myself.
alone.
Yes. So the decision you make, those tough decisions, sometimes you have to be very selfish and take care of self. I think that's the lesson I learned there, and I made the decision that I want to start by this, even if I am the only one who will do the exam. That is what I choose. And I don't care losing
some friends.
Yes.
Friends in quotes.
Yeah, because I had a resolution. I succeed, not we succeed. I succeed.
So what you are telling us is keep your eyes on the goal. And you know what the goal is.
Yes.
And that goal is your goal.
Yes.
It's not for everybody else. It's for you. The goal you have set for yourself. That's what I'm getting. Yeah. Wow. Let's proceed.
Dreams are very personal. And my dream was, of course, I had revised it, as I said, and it was get that prize. If there is any chance, you can be top, despite the odds. Despite
do what you can.
The small voice in the head saying you cannot, look at the circumstance. I said there is nothing to lose. I have to go. And I remember there is this famous quote, aim for the sun. If you land on the moon. If my aim was the A and I get an A minus and my initial aim was just to get a B plus.
It's still okay. It's good.
Yeah, so fast forward to the KCSE.
Now you have you sit to the KCSE. Do the rebels also sit to the KCSE?
Yeah, so the friends came back after the suspension. They came back for the mocks. The lie was that they had 2 weeks to prepare for the mocks.
Yes.
The truth was those who sat for the pre-mock did better than those who went.
In the mock itself.
And I think the negative energy and the atmosphere that was created after that, I have people who had the potential to qualify for university.
But they didn't.
Did not make it.
Yeah, because they also lost time out of school.
Yeah, because of that energy that they absorbed during that demonstration.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so
how did it go at the KCSE, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education?
I was so nervous the first day. This is it, this is it. I was sweating all over.
Now tell
us
at this point,
Yeah.
So what subjects are you sitting for?
8 subjects. They are the core subjects. The languages, Kiswahili, English, mathematics. Then I was doing 3 sciences.
Which one?
Biology, chemistry, and physics. And then I was doing history. So we were choosing between history and...
So the arts and the sciences,
yes.
And the languages.
Yes, and then I was doing agriculture.
Okay.
So I was sitting for 8 subjects. The first paper, again, composition.
Yes.
English paper 1. I was so nervous. The invigilator had to talk me.
Why were you nervous? After all that preparation, you're a top student. I would have expected you to have more faith in yourself.
So what happened was there was a mix-up of the questions. 3 questions had been mixed. Completely. I think it was the first time it ever happened in a national exam. So in my localness, I was like, they cannot be wrong. So I had this, I need to get started. And I left home and came to Nairobi to visit my uncle. And he was to teach me how to stay in the city.
How to survive in the big city.
The first paper, again, composition.
Yes.
English paper 1. I was so nervous. The invigilator had to talk me.
Why were you nervous? You know, after all that preparation, you're a top student. I would have expected you to have more faith in yourself. What happened?
I think it boiled down, this is it.
Too much pressure on yourself.
The moment.
Yes.
This is the moment. I think I absorbed it and it was too much. And I had a talk, just on some, the people who you know, were taking care of the exams, someone noticed and just came to me. I was index 1, and we were being arranged by the indexes. So I was sitting
right next to the invigilator, at the front.
At the door.
Yeah.
And he saw me, and I was nervous, sweating my hands, and he just said, just relax.
Calm down.
Yes. And I said a prayer, and I calmed, and I calmed down, and I was like, let's do this.
Okay.
I did the exam.
So you told yourself, you can do this.
Yes, let's do this.
Wow.
Did the exam. So the whole experience, I just remember one incident. It was mathematics.
Yes.
It was my favorite subject.
Yes.
So favorite that I had founded a maths club.
Wow, you loved math so much.
Yes.
Wow.
I used to teach students during the prep time, after lunch.
Your fellow students?
Yes, I
you
used to tell
tutor
them.
Then you're good.
I was that confident in maths, and I used to tell them, I know how to pass the exam, and this is what you need to do. This is the trick for paper 1. Paper 1 used to have very short questions of 3 marks.
Were you doing multiple choice, or it was the others you work it out?
You in maths you work it out.
You work it out.
Yeah. Because they also mark the formula, the method.
Okay.
And the answer. Yeah. So I used to teach people how to pass maths. So I was confident that this one is an A.
Yes.
So get into the exam. Paper 1. Paper 1 had, we used to have a section A, I remember, had 48 marks. Section 2 had, I think 52, 48, because it was, section 2 was 6 math problems, 8 marks each.
Yes.
So I used to tell people, if you want to pass, you pass in those, because then you have to structure the formula, the method, and the answer.
Yes.
So what happened was, there was a mix-up of the questions. 3 questions had been mixed. Completely. I think it was the first time it ever happened in a national exam. So in my localness, I was like, they cannot be wrong.
What?
This is me not understanding
that there's a problem.
Yes. So it took us some...
but can it also be that you trusted the system?
Yeah.
But the system did come through.
The nerves. What? Because time is ticking.
Yeah.
We were so monitored that time that you couldn't raise the question, and then
you sit and work
it out. So I remember after some time we were like, no,
this thing is not.
It's not working. We raised the issue. The teacher was called. He had already seen it also, and there was no time to advise us what to do because the time is ticking, and the stop time must be the stop time.
Yes.
And the advisory was given, do what you can with what you have.
There is no going back on this one now.
Did the exam, and I left feeling
wasted.
Yeah, like those
and this is unfair.
Those are 24 points that
gone.
Because you know what happens is you have a set of questions. You have 8 questions. You have to do 6 to get 48.
Yes.
So you just have to avoid 2.
Yes.
So what you do is you avoid the most complicated ones.
Yes.
And then you choose the rest.
So having 3 means you don't have a choice.
You don't have choices.
You have to only do those 3.
So if the 2
yeah.
are the hardest,
yes,
you have now 3 that are out. Then you have 3 out of 6.
So yeah.
And this is my favorite subject.
Your chance of passing comes down. Wow.
So we left that. We were so demoralized. There was a chemistry paper in the afternoon. We had to get ourselves in the right mindset, mind space, and do the other exam. And I went home and I was like, this is slipping away.
And it's your favorite.
Yes, this is what do I do? And I had that incident with the English paper, but I knew from everything, English is not, it's not an A, and I was fine with it, but I was like, these other ones, if I need to make that top, I cannot have
really
mistakes.
Need this one. Yes.
So I had another moment and I said, okay,
there are more papers to come.
Paper 1 is gone. So in math, there used to be 2. And then you would get an average of the 2.
The 2. Okay, so they would do the average. Okay.
So my resolution at that point was there is no mistakes on the paper 2.
Let me work on paper 2.
It has to be
best.
It has to be everything.
Yes.
I think it was everything because I scored a B+ in maths. And
what?
It was a miracle.
Despite that mishap. Well done. It's the power of resolve. Can do attitude.
The results came. So before the results, maybe I should give I did the exam.
Yeah.
Went back home. Form 4 now. And something happens. And I think it happens in a lot of homesteads. You are the firstborn.
Yes.
You are the role model. There are other kids coming through and the parents want also to take care of them. And you have this pressure to leave home. You're now an adult, you're 18.
Yes.
And I had, I can stay here and wait for the exam.
Yes.
But even if I passed, I still have 2 years before the university. So I had this, I need to get started. And I left home and came to Nairobi to visit my uncle. And he was to teach me how to stay in the city.
How to survive in the big city. What does your uncle do?
He was doing mutumba clothes.
Oh, he was selling second-hand clothes.
Yes. From Gikomba,
then go sell out there. Okay.
So that was the business I was to be trained. And got a footing before the university.
Before the results came out.
And then quickly learned this is a very complicated city. And I was like, hey, there's too much going on.
Did you get lost in the city?
No, not really.
Then you're okay.
I don't know. I used to stay along Mayaki way, so the direction and the stage was very clear where I had to alight.
Yes.
And somebody would pick me and all that. I think by that time phones were there because I remember I had Nokia 3310.
Okay. Mulika mwizi.
I had worked very hard to acquire 3000.
Okay.
So quickly changed, went to another. I was still exploring. I knew I have to see different things before I decide this is what I want. I went to Eldoret. This is in January. The exam used to take like 3 months then.
So you've decided now to leave Nairobi and go to Eldoret.
Yes.
Who was in Eldoret?
I was so determined to make it. The first day I made 300 shillings.
What?
Like, I've returned half
Out of 500?
I've
That
returned.
is good.
So what used to happen is the radio comes first, the announcement by the Minister of Education.
Yes.
And you are there listening and dreaming that somehow you can make top 100.
Yes. So you've decided now to leave Nairobi and go to Eldoret.
Yes.
Who was in Eldoret?
Another uncle of mine, brother to my dad.
Okay.
So I'm there, and he was doing hawking. So this is a bit different. The wares are small, and I told him, I want to learn how to do this.
What you are doing.
Yes, and he said, this is very easy. You just need 500 to start.
The investment is that small.
It's like, I have 2,000 saving. You can start tomorrow.
Yeah, 500. You are in business.
Yeah, so the following day, we went to a wholesaler.
So still in Eldoret town?
Yes. And he taught me how to do it. And he showed me the restricted area
where you will be caught.
For hawkers. It was the stage, the main stage.
Yes.
So don't step out of the stage. Sell within. Anything you sell, go and replace the place that I showed you. And then what remains is the profit.
That's your profit. So don't eat the money of the business.
The capital.
The capital of the business. That was a good lesson. Sometimes we eat everything.
The basics were very clear. So this is the starting stock. Whatever you sell, replace. And then whatever remains, take your lunch out of it, take your transport
and other expenses.
And then you have your profit.
Yes.
I was so determined to make it. The first day I made 300 shillings.
What?
Like, I've returned half
out of 500.
That is good. I have returned more than the capital on the first day. I went on, and I remember this moment. Back to school came, and I'm trying to sell the biro pens and the handkerchiefs.
Oh, so you would sell based on the season.
Yeah.
So a season for back to school, now you know the things in demand.
Yes.
And you go for those ones.
Yeah, handkerchiefs.
So you are not fixed to at one item?
Oh, I learned what is going on.
Wow.
In the morning, you sell handkerchiefs because people are sneezing.
Wow.
And you sell biros to kids going to school and pencils.
Yes.
And during the day, you sell sweets and everything because of the sugar levels.
Levels are going down.
And water and all that.
And it's getting hotter and people want water.
Yeah. So,
wow.
So I was selling to this.
You learned the tricks very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was selling to this group of school kids. They were going back to school in a bus. And I'm there, and I'm like, you see me as a hawker. You don't know you don't know who I am. Because then again, there is all these attitudes. No, we are not buying, or somebody crosses the window on you.
Yeah, or like, tells you something very rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you know who I am? And that was a humbling moment to see life
from the lenses.
From that point of view.
Yeah.
And I was humbled. I think I have an admiration for people who hustle through that route and they're trying to make it, and they have different circumstances. For me, I was like, this is my way of learning how to do this, because either way, if university come, I qualify or I don't, I cannot go back home.
Yes.
Because my parents have now to take care of the next one.
You continue being a dependent.
Yes. And I have this feeling in my heart that I also need to figure out how also to give back very fast, because it's very hard. So if there is a way I figure this out and also support the efforts that they, especially with the school fees, that would be value addition for us.
But if I may just talk about that a little bit, sometimes what keeps us from doing the commonsensical thing, like what you did, was that feeling of, I'm now going to university. By the end of this year, how can I be seen? Selling that work is beneath me. Being a hawker is beneath me. How did you overcome that feeling or that challenge? Because I think it's a mindset issue that really sometimes blocks our minds to all the possibilities that are there for us.
I think it was clear in my mind that I will require money to go to the university.
So the need.
Yes. And I had this prior experience of how it feels not to have
a coin in your pocket.
Yes. So I was trying to change that in a way. And I had also this get out. Go out there. It's the only way you learn. You have to expose yourself to the world. I knew, after the exam came out, I could get a chance maybe to be
do a more honorable job.
A BOM, a BOM teacher.
And trained teacher.
In an academy. There was that path, and a lot of people actually were doing that before they joined the university. They'd become teachers in academies, get a salary of I think between 4,000 to 6,000 per month, save up because they're still staying at their home. And when it comes to the university, you will still get the loan money, the help, but you need to buy some items here and there and money to survive. I think I was mindful that will come, and I really wanted not to waste the 2 years before that time, and I was like, you have to start somewhere.
Were you living with your uncle?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to mind about rent and all that at that time.
Remember, this is a very short space of time.
It's
2 months.
Yeah.
The exam is coming out
in a month or two.
And I'm very anxious. So the results are announced.
So tell us now, the results. It's time. The moment has come. How did that go? How did that go? We are on the edge of our seats now.
Yes. Yeah? And the story there is very interesting. So what used to happen is the radio comes first, the announcement by the Minister of Education.
Yes.
And you are there listening
word for word
and dreaming that somehow you can make top 100.
Yes.
Of course, I was not among the alliance top. I was not there.
Yes.
The following day, a newspaper comes out that is more detailed. So
now going past the top 100.
Yes, I missed that one.
Yes.
And there is all this jubilation now of top students
there. The mangus, the starehes.
So that day is spent, and they talk about the top cream of the cream, and then we are waiting for the newspaper the following day
to now more detail.
Granular district. Let's see how we.
So the binoculars are now out.
Yes.
What did it show?
I was not on the newspaper.
What happened?
And I was looking for the nearby schools because I want to benchmark something. And we were nowhere. I think the data was still for the national schools.
Yes.
This other tier of schools.
Hamujafikiwa. It's not your turn yet.
I got nervous.
Wow.
I did not have a way to contact because phones were so new. I did not have a number.
Phone numbers. Yeah.
So day 3. Now I am resigning to fate. I have failed this thing. I need to readjust now to the new reality. So day 3, I had this bad dream that I have failed the exam, and somebody has called me and told me, and I am sad in the bed, and somebody wakes me, and they're like, we have received a call from your teacher. I had a B plus in English.
What?
And I had 6 A's.
What?
Yeah.
For the first time in that school, you broke the record.
Record's broken.
Top students.
160 students for their
leadership program.
Yes. I'm like Aipca, where are you?
You are there?
It's not my name.
What happened?
Day 3. Now I am resigning to fate. I have failed this thing. I need to readjust now to the new reality. So day 3, I had this bad dream that I have failed the exam, and somebody has called me and told me, and I am sad in the bed, and somebody wakes me, and they're like, we have received a call from your teacher.
Oh,
and
who is calling you now? Who is waking you up?
The guy, a friend of mine in the plot.
Where you are staying.
Yeah. Like, we have somebody calling, and
they want to talk to you.
Yeah, they say you've passed the exam.
Oh.
What is going on?
Wow.
So there was that friend's phone. I had used it to call home, and then when they started looking for me, they were like,
they called the same number.
There was that number. So here I am.
So you talked to the teacher.
Class teacher, and says, Edwin, where are you? You've scored for the first time.
In this school.
You've scored A's even in subjects that we had never had A's.
What? And a B in maths?
I had a B plus in maths. I had a B plus in English.
What?
And I had 6 A's.
What?
Yeah.
For the first time in that school, you broke the record.
Record's broken. I was told we want to lift you up. Where are you? I'm in Eldoret.
You are far. The lifting can wait.
Make way.
So what did you do? Take the next bus. Quickly. You tell your uncle, bye. Me nimeenda.
Yo guys, you can take my small wares and sell them.
So those things you had not sold, what happened? You just left them. So we'll talk about it later. You went back home.
I went back home.
And you went to the school.
Yes, and everybody was on my case.
People were waiting for you. Because you had put that school on the map for the first time.
It was on the map.
Yes.
So we started now inquiring what has happened to the other schools.
Yes.
Who is top where?
Comparisons and all that.
Who is top where?
Yes.
So a newspaper came out.
Now this is on day what? Day 4?
Week 2 or
this a few,
time has
later.
passed,
Now,
and we have no information, and no one has come for me, so I'm like...
So no one knows who else has done what. Yes.
But we are gathering, and then we hear some information that...
So for you now, you are sure you've achieved the first milestone.
Yes.
That is, go to university. That's done. But you had a second milestone. You don't know how that is.
It's not sure yet. Yes. But the way it's going, it's like I missed it.
Now it's not looking very positive.
Weeks go by.
Yeah.
One day on a Sunday, I get a newspaper and I was like, Equity picks
top students.
160 students for their
leadership program.
Yes. I'm like Aipca, where are you?
You are there?
It's not my name.
What happened?
It's not my name. The emotions, roller coaster. So we inquire, and we are told, you guys, you tied. You had both 80 points.
You and this guy who is in the newspaper list.
Yes, but the 8th subject, they looked at the 8th subject. I'm like, I did 3 sciences. What are you saying? They had to look at the marks. You know when people...
Now they've devised another criteria to now pick 2 candidates, same marks.
So, by the story of that time, that person was picked, and I was not. And I was number 2, but we had tied points. But there were other areas
criteria.
they check, and
So the other guy
like,
got it.
Yeah, the other guy from Merimada got it. But I was so proud. I was like, I challenged.
Yeah.
For the like I was
a worthy challenger.
Like, I'm happy. Let me wait for the university.
Yes.
I started looking for the academy opportunities
now
to
be a teacher. In the meantime,
I have to do something scholarly now.
Now you are getting closer to your profession.
Yeah. So I remember last year we went to Nanyuki for the prize giving.
Prize giving.
The prize giving is coming up. It's second term now, and I request the teacher in charge to let me be a part of the team going. As you know.
Yes.
And he said, you know what, we are full capacity. Let us represent. So that's fine.
Okay.
The team that went, one of the Form 1 ladies was from my village. We were family friends. So I remember her, they arrived around 10 p.m. But she said she must come and tell me. Yes.
To your home?
Yes.
What's this news?
I was called for the top prize at Laikipia at Nanyuki, and I was not there to be awarded.
No way.
Yes.
By equity?
No, by the neck, by best overall. I was.
Oh, best overall in the district?
Yes.
What happened?
The prize was mine, and I was not there.
So what had happened?
The aggregate.
The calculation.
Yes.
All the marks now.
But I don't know also that if they also looked at the criteria of the school tire and everything, but somehow, miraculously.
You are the top student.
Overall.
And I know what that means.
Yes.
You are now getting directly into the equity scholarship.
So the following day, I was at the school with the certificate.
What?
Niko na evidence kwa karatasi. That's what they say.
You're now carrying your evidence with you. Let no one challenge this one.
The principal was like,
no.
We deserve this. This is ours. And he went to the branch. There was an equity branch in Nyahururu.
Yeah, and challenged them.
Presented the certificate, the original certificate. And were like, okay, let us review this and see what happens. After a month, some people are calling me, and I'm told there is a letter waiting for you at the school.
From Equity?
Yes. This was July.
The scholarship is yours.
This was July. The team had been picked in April.
Yes. So you had already gone on with your life now. You are saying, okay,
yes,
that was not meant to be mine.
I'm waiting for the university.
Yes.
So I could hope that that letter says what I am hoping to say.
Yes.
I remember making way very fast to the school.
To the school, picked the
letter and
you confirmed.
And I remember, due to your exemplary performance, you have been awarded the Equity Leaders Program Scholarship.
Wow. Milestone number 2.
It was on the 8th of July, and the reporting date was 3rd of July. I was already late.
By more than 5 days.
And when I went to the branch, they said, we could not locate your school.
What?
We kept looking, where is this school?
They couldn't find it anywhere in the map?
Yeah, and it took them more time to look for me, like 3 days. And
wow.
Anyway, I had it.
Yes. You started 5 days late.
Yes.
But you started.
I think I reported on the 12th. Because I had to prepare and all that, leave home now and relocate to Nyahururu.
Yes.
I remember a teacher of mine hosted me for a few days as I started off and got settled.
Yeah.
And I got to the Equity Leadership Program.
Wow.
And my life changed.
The conversation continues with Edwin Mwangi, Chief Business Officer at WorkPay. And I'm sure you agree with me, it's a very, very fantastic and exciting conversation. Continue watching. This is Mary Wamae at the executive table.
I remember the shock when I first saw millions on a table. I think it was
too much money. And you are remembering, there's a time you couldn't raise 3,000 for your school fees.
Yeah. And it was an exciting time. Learned the core values. I think the best thing they taught me there is professionalism and integrity. Yeah. I think that's where, when you deal with cash, that's where the integrity is grounded.
Be in the right
yes,
place.
Yeah.
Welcome back. The conversation with Edwin Mwangi, Chief Business Officer at WorkPay, continues. I hope you are thoroughly enjoying the conversation like I am. Keep watching. Now, Edwin.
Yes.
You have got into the Equity Leaders scholarship. Yeah. I know it is called the Equity Leaders Program. Yeah. Maybe because I've been there.
Yes.
A fantastic program.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I want you to tell us about your experience with that, especially how did the experience in that program as a beneficiary, how it shaped your career and to date.
So I'll talk about the first day. I got in, said I wanted to see the manager.
First of all, explain how it works. Like where are you stationed, all that.
Yeah.
So that the viewers
the scholarship
can understand.
was the admission was to the way it works is that because you're too young and you're still staying with your parents, the scholarship awards places you or used to place us closer to our home.
To your home area.
So that used to be the home branch. So Equity at that time had two branches that were near Nanyuki and Nyahururu. So by default, I think Nyahururu was closer to home, and that's where I was posted.
That's where you went. So
yes.
you are stationed at Equity Nyahururu branch.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the framework or the scholarship was you work at the bank. It's an internship program. You're given an opportunity to work, and this exposes you to the professional work environment and helps you to also save some money. Because I can disclose this. My salary was 25,000 Kenya shillings. It was a lot of money for a 19-year-old.
At that time.
At that time. So the first day I reported and I was very confused, or what will I be doing in a bank? It was the first time I ever saw a computer. And I get in, I talk to the manager and they say, oh, you were supposed to be here 5 days ago. I'm like, sorry, I'm late.
And you're trying to catch up already. Yeah. You're out of breath.
Yeah. And
yeah.
I am ready, and I was open, and I think my mindset at that time was, even if they tell me to clean, to be a cleaner in this place.
I'm given, I will do. I'm ready.
Yeah. I did not think that I could do what I did in that program before I went to the university. And they have a very robust induction program. So I was taken through training, job induction. And in 2 months' time, I was a bank teller.
Wow. So you are familiar with bank operations,
yes.
How things work.
And
wow.
I remember the shock when I first saw millions on a table. I think it was
too much money. And you are remembering, there's a time you couldn't raise 3,000 for for your school fees?
Yeah, and I saw millions on the table, and you couldn't see the guy seated on the other side. And it was shocking.
Too much money.
I got used to it. I was trained to be a teller, and I remember the experience seated on that side and serving a customer and them giving you that respect. And again, that feeling, do you know who I am? I am. And you might think when you're on that side that I'm already a graduate, yet I am just. And there were other people who knew me and came. Like,
the son of so-and-so is working in a bank.
And they used to send their kids to say hi when they were paying school fees, to go back to the school.
To
maybe for the anointing.
But wasn't that also inspiring for the other kids,
Yes,
your neighbors, your relatives and all that?
Exactly, and I think that was
Edwin is working in a bank because he passed very well.
I think that's where the seed of mentorship was born in me. And I had this now urge to give back. And charity begins at home. So the first place I went to is my former school. And I remember giving that talk. And that time now the respect is on another level. Schools assemble, everybody get into listen to Edwin because what he did, the circumstances he did. And I told them my story.
We will come to the mentorship aspect of it. So for now, I want us to talk about, so you have, how long did you stay within the Equity Scholarship Program?
So
it's until you join university. But I also know that you could come back even during university and spend a few days based on. So how long did you spend?
So I joined in July, but I was joining university the next year. So I joined in 2006, July, but I was due to join the university in 2007, October.
Okay, the following year.
Yes.
So you stayed about 1 year?
Yes.
Okay.
I stayed there, had a fantastic time. I made friends from beneficiaries from other
districts.
I met sharper people than me, who I had seen on the newspaper being top. And it was an exciting time. Learned the core values. I think the best thing they taught me there is professionalism and integrity. I think that's where, when you deal with cash, that's where the integrity is grounded. That this money does not belong to me. At every given day, at the end of the day, you must account for every coin. Like I did not know they go to that level of detail that even a shilling, you have to show it as a coin. This is the shilling.
And it's here.
And then they check against the ledger balance, and it balances, and you're good to go. And you close your cash box, and you go home, and you have a good night. If you have a shortage, problems. If you have an overage, because whose money did you take?
Who didn't you give the right
I thought
amount?
This is profit.
No, it must belong to someone.
So I think it taught me integrity and handling cash and being accountable and the work ethic. And for the first time, I saw culture, corporate culture. And I was so inspired by, a group of people believing in something and doing beyond. Like we used to be so passionate about serving customers and going beyond, and you could leave work at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. And you don't feel like it's overtime, like you just want to do it tomorrow, Saturday. That time they had introduced the mobile branches where you go serve some people, come back.
With a physical vehicle?
I remember I used to do Alcalao so much that I had all the bumps in my head.
You knew where they were.
Because you are at the back of the vehicle, it is guarded, you have the guards there. So you can only count the bumps and know we are now.
Oh, you are not seeing where you are going.
You are
moving in faith. That's amazing. That's fantastic.
I had an experience, and then there used to be mentorship forums organized by the bank, where we could get to conferences, and we have all these people coming to speak to us. And I think that was the interaction with the corporate leaders. I remember at some point even Michael Joseph from Safaricom
that time he was the CEO of
talking
Safaricom.
to us in KU. We had come for a conference. That's the program I knew you through, and some other head office directors, because head office used to be like the heaven, and then we are
everyone else is here.
so when you make a connection with the people there, it was very humbling. And to even at that point hear your stories and how you started with the bank and how you had transformed the microfinance to a functioning bank, and that was transforming lives. It was very inspiring, and to be inspired by the inspiration that when years turn,
our vision dim and grey, we shall see the tired beauty in our faces, in our wrinkled faces. I know that when I was given an opportunity,
we did all
I could to empower and to change the world. It was a very empowering
resonated with it, memorized the core values, the picture and everything. And I was looking forward to the university.
So on the overall, would you say that the opportunity to join that program in a way shaped your view about your purpose? Was your purpose getting clearer at this point? I mean, you wanted to go to university when you were in high school, but did anything change during this program? Maybe you can tell us.
And I had a fantastic 4 years there, where I did my degree there. When it came to the DEA specialization, I specialized in information systems. Students were required to go to the computer lab to register their courses for the term.
Yes.
And you know, people are lazy. So they don't want to do
like,
it.
Why do I have to go all that way just to say what I want to do?
So the business in Edwin, business opportunity.
You saw an opportunity?
I charge people to register for them.
What? So on the overall, would you say that the opportunity to join that program in a way shaped your view about your purpose? Was your purpose getting clearer at this point? I mean, you wanted to go to university when you were in high school, but did anything change during this program? Maybe you can tell us.
That's a very good question, because at that point, I think the realization of the career is, so what used to happen is you get the result. There are some courses that you had pre-selected when you're in high school, before the results. And that's where you dream, because you like, number one, I want to be this. Number two, I want to be this. The reality comes in now with the hard results, because now they place you, oh no, I cannot be a doctor with this one.
Yes.
So you go eliminating, and you're like, what do I want to be at that point? And I think there are a lot of limited resources at that time about careers. But I was fascinated with the commercial aspect of the bank. And I remember asking the cash officer at that time to explain to me debit and credit, and why I have to debit it to reduce it. You know, there is some to increase the minus, I have to there was double entry stuff that was technical, and I could not understand
how it was
working and why. And I had done agriculture in high school, so I did not have
by that time you had not
the
had
business.
any finance training or anything.
Yeah, so I was like, when it came to choosing a career, I had a very interesting approach. I either go to the university and do the most complicated course that I want to do, or I do a course that is 4 years and it gets me to the destination as soon as possible. So in my career application, I chose architecture. I'm fascinated by...
You are still good in sciences.
Yes, and I'm fascinated by drawings and math and all that. And that's the most complicated. That's because we had information, it was taking 6 years instead of engineering 5 years. And I was like, that must be there. So if there is a career to challenge, that one I want. Then number 2, I chose BCom. It's like, if it's not that hard, then let it be easy.
Do you think you chose BCom because of your exposure to the banking environment, maybe? Yes,
because of running the business and my fascination with the way banking works, I wanted to be in that space. And I knew the career that would keep me there. And I had also figured out that BCom has a lot of opportunities across many industries. And I had a passion for business. Remember, I had started my own self-employment business. So I was fascinated by the fact that you can solve a problem, add value, and people can pay you for it, and you can create wealth out of that. Yes.
And by that time, I think you also had more faith in yourself that you could sell.
Yes.
So you could sell something. If you could sell things in Eldoret and make a profit.
Yes.
Oh, that was amazing. Okay, so how did it go at the university?
I joined the University of Nairobi. True story, I only chose University of Nairobi. In all my career options,
they were all in Nairobi.
I wanted to come to the city.
It's called the University of Nairobi. Remember that.
My comrades will see me not mentioning the article there, and then they'll have a problem. So the University of Nairobi, correction.
Yes, the University of Nairobi.
I did BCom. The good thing also, I think with the program, there was another scholar who was doing BCom, the same branch. And I think I received a lot of guidance.
So you were 2 of you.
And there was it's BCom an inferior. You have the grades. Why are you
picking this one, easy one? It was 4 years.
But again, through the mentorship and the career options that I could access via BCom, I think I had settled for it. I came to the University of Nairobi, Lower Kabete campus. It was called Kabete Pesa at the time. I don't know if they still call it that. And I had a fantastic 4 years there, where I did my degree there. When it came to the DEA specialization, I specialized in information systems. I had already seen the power of technology in the bank, having never seen a computer and having to use them and becoming among the top tellers
the customers,
and typing at super speeds and all that. I was like, I want to see myself in a space where there is technology and business.
And you also understand how the two interface.
Yes. So I always thought myself to be a bridge, or to do a career that bridges technology and business. So the good thing is that they introduced a discipline, a specialization then called information systems, business information systems. And that we were choosing at that year, and that's what I did.
Well, that was a good development, because I think our time they only had things like marketing and you could either do marketing, accounting, finance.
Yes.
And so the choice was more limited. So I think that was a move in the right direction. Okay, now So, anything interesting happened in campus, or we go to after
Yes,
you qualify now?
Yeah, I want to talk about something that happened in third year, and I think forms a foundation of what I am doing today. When we were in that year, the school introduced a records information system. It was called a student management information system, SMIS.
For the university.
For the university.
Records and
Yes,
administration.
yes. So what that meant is, initially, beginning of a semester, we used to go to the records office to register our courses. We have to register the core units and the selective units. Yeah. So you could go there physically, you're given a piece of paper, you
and
tick,
then you choose. Yeah.
and then the records people would, I think, key in the data to a system manually. They introduced a system where every student now had a portal where you could log in, check your
self-service.
Yes, check your fee balances, select your courses and all that, even download your transcripts, I think, the results. So the way it was implemented, we used to go to the computer lab. The School of Business has a very big land, so the halls of residence are like a kilometer away from the administration block. Yeah? It's still within the same campus, but it's quite a distance.
Okay,
you
the
have
residential
to,
and the admin and where the classes are.
So students were required to go to the computer lab to register their courses for the term.
Yes.
And you know, people are lazy. So they don't want to do it.
Why do I have to go all that way just to say what I want to do?
So the business in Edwin, business opportunity.
You saw an opportunity?
I charge people to register for them.
What? Wow, there comes a big opportunity. This time not hawking. Now you are elevated from hawking to real business.
Yes. So for every unit, 10 shillings.
What?
So you're doing 60 bob.
16 shillings per student.
Yes.
You're home and dry now.
Food at the mess, 20 bob. You have a meal. You have a meal and maybe a drink. So one student can sponsor my 3 meals.
Yes.
So I did it for that time. It was last minute, so a lot of people wanted to register, and I had these requests.
Yes.
And I registered and made money. And then I thought, I can expand this. So what is the problem here? So the problem-solving skills come in. And I'm like, we need internet. Because people had started now buying laptops and desktops.
Yes.
But they don't have an internet connection at the halls of residence. It's like, this is a business opportunity. Is there a way to get internet to the halls? And remember, I'm connected to the network of the other scholars.
Yes.
So during one of my visits, one of my internship, you mentioned that you could go back. So when I went back after second year, I
during the holiday.
Yeah, I selected not to go back to Nyahururu because there was nothing new to learn.
Yes.
I said, can I go to the head office?
The head office in Nairobi.
Yes. And because I was doing BCom, I said I want to be posted either to treasury,
the head office,
or to finance.
Yes.
To expose me to some other things. So when I was there, I met a friend of mine who was also interning at the IT department. He was doing computer electronics from the JQuat. It's called Duncan. You know him?
Yes, I know Duncan.
So I was like, I have this problem.
How can we resolve? Do you have a solution?
I am good in business. I can see it. Can you handle the technical? And he was like, this solution has been done in JQuat. I have seen it. Where you buy Wi-Fi, it was called WiMAX then, and you use cables or wireless to distribute the internet, and people pay
So
for
people
it.
pay for it.
Yes, a monthly subscription.
What?
We worked the numbers; they were very impressive.
You have become an internet service provider?
Yes, inside the university, I was in that year, and like, what's the budget? Was coming to 150,000 for the initial investment. I was like, this is a lot of money.
The routers and all that.
That's when I learned to fundraise, because I went to my friends and they gave me their help money to invest.
And people are saying there's no money. And you have to raise money from students.
I told them I have this
How
problem.
did they surrender their?
These are the
their
projections. We'll be making this kind of money every.
So you had a
month.
business case?
Yes.
What?
They sponsored my 150,000.
And you got your 150?
Yes. We bought equipment, went to Safaricom, got the infrastructure ready. For that to happen, I needed to justify to the university why I'm doing that. So I wrote.
Because they have to do the installation.
I do the proposal. I take it to the admin. There was a good professor of mine who was the dean of students at that time, and I took it to him. And said, "This is very good, because this shows you are applying the knowledge.
The knowledge we are teaching you."
Yes. This is the whole point of a university.
What? You are now coming up with solutions.
He was very impressed, and then
so they allowed it.
He approved.
What?
We got in, got the internet. My room, you know the.
Was your room the server?
Yes.
I've already guessed.
Yes. So I had these tables on top of each other, and there were
those stacks and stacks of.
So when you get into my room, there were connections breaking, red, green. So when you don't pay, I plug your cable out.
You are disconnected. Did you used to give notice? We are going to disconnect you.
We pay.
No, these days they don't call it disconnection. They call it auto suspension.
For your accommodation, if you wanted to run business, that's a separate conversation, and we have a policy that manages the tuck shops and all those
in
things.
the commercial
operations. And I was like, what do I do? So no. At that point, I felt the education system has failed me as a university student, because I could not understand how I cannot apply
the lessons you are learning in school, in class.
We got the internet. My room, you know the.
Was your room the server?
Yes.
I've already guessed.
Yes. So I had these tables on top of each other, and there were
those stacks and stacks of.
So when you get into my room, there were connections breaking, red, green. So when you don't pay, I plug your cable out.
You are disconnected. Did you used to give notice? We are going to disconnect you.
We pay.
No, these days they don't call it disconnection. They call it auto suspension.
Yeah, it's now automatic.
It's there
are systems for billing now, but
that time it was literally just.
So I remember the excitement, because we connected 4 halls of residence to the internet.
What? How many students?
A hall would have like 4 floors. Each floor would have like 10, 12 rooms. And so you could subscribe if you can pay 1,000 per month. And people are like, 1,000 unlimited internet versus me buying a modem. At that time, the bundles were very expensive. They were like, we want to try this one.
It's a good value proposition.
Yeah, we ran it for a month, and it is working fantastic. And we have requests from other halls, connect us as well. Until there is a twist. The people in charge of the halls came by And they were like, what is happening here? Because they could see cables coming from one place.
And boosters and,
Some
and the
cables
blinking
were
lights.
passing through trees to access the other hall. They were like, where is all
What's
this
going
coming
on?
from? Oh, that's
Not
room.
usual.
And they traced my room. I remember it was room 33 at the second floor, and they came, knocked. I was not there. But when I came, I was told by my neighbors.
There are some people who are looking for you.
Yeah, you need to report.
So this is the administration.
It is called the Student Welfare Authority.
Oh, I see. Yeah. They were in charge of the halls of residents. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I did not do my research well. I needed two kind of approvals. There is the admin that is in charge of academics. I had passed there with flying
Those
colors.
ones had said yes.
Yes. But there are the people who run the halls.
You had not got their approval.
Yes.
So
So
what
I
did
was
they
told,
do?
you are doing business in our room.
Without our authority.
Yes, the contract is, the room is for your accommodation. If you wanted to run business, that's a separate conversation. And we have a policy that manages the tuck shops and all those
Any
things.
commercial
Yes.
operations.
And I was like, what do I do? So no. We will review your case, but first, we want you to remove that infrastructure that you have on our premises.
Immediately?
Yes.
Or do they give you time?
We have given you 48 hours. If you don't do it, we are not liable for the damages.
We will remove
My
it.
askaris will do. And I was like, yo.
That's a serious threat. What? And it was going so well.
Slept that day. The following morning, with a very heavy heart, I was on top of trees.
Removing your cables.
Rolling back the wires. And telling people this is
sorry,
a post.
but
This is a post. We will figure this out.
It has come to this, unfortunately.
Yeah, we figure. I honestly thought there was a case to be made and the approval to be got.
And so it's a matter of time.
Yes, it's like it's a stay order. It's a stay order.
We'll have it removed. We'll sort it out.
We're coming back. The internet is there in my room. It's still blinking. Yeah. So I go to the offices and I'm like, I have done what you requested. Tell me the process of approval.
So can I now formally apply?
And I said, unfortunately, at this time, we do not have a policy around what you're trying to do. So we will not be able to approve it.
Even look at the application.
Yes, and I'm like, can I escalate this? And I'm like, and he said, you are encouraged to go to our main office at the university.
In the main campus now.
And I was there. I think Julius Kimngetich had left. There was a new person. And I thought there would be somebody who could
listen to the case.
Who could see the innovation and encourage us.
Yes.
And it was very clear that what I am doing is very noble. In fact, the students have a right to have internet in their premises. But what you have done is you have taken over the role of the university to provide utilities and infrastructure. So as much as what you do is very good at a commercial level, within the university, that role should be done by the university. And there are already plans to make sure that we extend our internet capacity to the students.
But they haven't done it, and they need it today. What logic is this?
I sat outside that door with that feedback, and I was like, this is the highest escalation.
Now there's nowhere else you can go.
And I called my partners, my co-founders, and told them this is the end of the road.
Now I'm even worried because you also have investors. There were 50,000 investors. What are you going to tell them now?
That was my first startup. And that's how I failed. What? Regulatory environment. That's the risk.
What?
Everything else working. So, back to campus.
So what was the business lesson there? The biggest business lesson?
I think it's the big business risk regulatory. Because I think you need to be mindful of the environment you operate
You're
in.
operating in. Yeah.
And if you don't have the proper licenses, as much as your innovation is noble, if the government says no, you can't do it.
There's no you can do it.
Yeah? Like,
So what you are saying is that business does not necessarily fail because the commercial aspect is not working or the value proposition is not working. Sometimes it actually fails because of other aspects of the environment, including regulation, like in your case, and policy, the policy environment. Yeah, but is there also an element of, because the need is there, the one who is supposed to provide is not there, but there's that insensitivity, to the consumer. I mean, students need this thing, and someone is willing to provide. So what I see is also a focus on substance, form over substance. Form over substance. That's what we call it in law. Yeah. Instead of focusing on substance over form, because the form should deliver the substance. But now here we have focused on the form. Do you have that letter approving?
Who approved?
Who approved it? Did you take it through the channels? But that happens all the time.
And I showed them the admin, and they're like, the admin is in charge of academics.
Yes. No, so not in charge of student welfare and the halls.
It's like, this is not happening.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate.
And I think the other lesson is the failure of our education system. I think at that point I felt the education system has failed me as a university student, because I could not understand how I cannot apply
the lessons you are learning in school, in class.
Like you teach us to be creative and to be innovative, but if I cannot do it
and apply it,
what is the essence of being here?
Yeah.
And I was demoralized for real. Like,
I can imagine.
After that, I sought some internship in town, and I only went to the crucial classes, and I was not in school in part of that year, and for the year I was never in school. After classes, I am
you
gone.
Want to be as far
when I was in fourth year, I aligned my classes, because we were doing 3 units. I aligned them to be in the same day.
So you're only there one day in a week?
Yes. And I could
was that serious?
It could be seen later in the evening, and I was in town working some other jobs. I was like, this is not making sense. So I think that was the lesson. And I was trying to find this space that I want to get into business, but from a place of innovation. I think the startup environment, or I was too naive, I did not know that I was actually doing a startup. And
for you had just seen a need.
Yes.
And you are trying to address that need. Yes. And fortunately, the need made a commercial proposition possible. So it was perfect. Yeah, okay, that's great.
So having said that, I graduated.
Okay, but you got your degree.
I don't want to say I dropped out of school. This is not another class 2 story.
Yeah.
I finished my degree, graduated with top honors. I even got a scholarship because I was top of the class.
Yes.
Got a scholarship.
Even after that, you are still top. Wow, that's amazing.
You have to do what you have to do. And I owed my people back in the village.
You still had your eyes on the goal, irrespective of all these other millennials happening around you.
So my performance earned me a scholarship. The same university I did my MBA in information systems.
So what you are saying is that we should never let a single failure detract us, from our goal and from our aspiration. Yeah. Because despite all that had happened and that tiff with the university, you still said, I still must do well in my degree program.
And I'm self-employed, and we are trying to make it work, and the pressure is too much. And at home expectations are there. And I just had this humbling moment that this will not work at this time.
Me. Yeah.
And closed shop.
After how long?
6 months.
After 6 months.
There is project management, there is customer relationship management, there is human resource management. There are all these modules.
So all those aspects of the business, you manage them through that software.
Very ambitious
and
project.
And you customize it based on your requirements.
Yes.
So what you are saying is that we should never let a single failure detract us, from our goal and from our aspiration. Because despite all that had happened and that tiff with the university, you still said, I still must do well in my degree program.
Yeah, and maybe I should go back to how I repaid my investors and also how I continued past that failure.
First of all, how did you communicate the failure of the business?
The good thing is that everybody sympathized with me, all my customers. All my customers sympathized.
You are the wronged party.
Yeah, that's not good.
How can the university do that to you?
Anyway.
Or to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
The investors, they were very close friends of mine. Some were colleagues in the equity leadership program.
Okay.
So I was able to go and tell them the story and that we will repay every coin. And I remember one of them who is a friend to this day, I repaid like 3 years later.
They were patient.
I owed them 50,000. They were the biggest investor.
They were the top investors, but they were patient.
I repaid. I think that was a lesson there to when you make a promise, I think to your investors or to your customers, honor it. And even if you fail, do not blame the circumstances to get away with things.
Or start missing calls.
Yes, disappearing. And then the fire founded the next business. Because I was like, this one failed, not because we did anything wrong. It was just because of the business environment and the regulation framework. It was an external threat to the business. And I'm like, there are customers out there who genuinely would pay for a service. And I remember we formed a company again with my friend Duncan Kazibora. We were doing websites for people. We were doing... We were figuring out the IT space, providing consultancy services here and there, email services, domain registration. People are now getting to the internet at that time. And I learned a lot of things. There was a lot of exposure. But again, it was not sustainable. When I graduated and we tried to do it for a few months, it could not sustain
why?
an income.
In what way?
The income.
Or the incomes were not
because
growing as much as you would have required.
Remember now you are self-employed.
For sustainability. You are no longer a student.
You've graduated.
Yes.
I've gotten a house in Zambezi. The very good place, by the way. It's near Rimuru.
Okay.
Sigona, then Zambezi.
So your expenses now are high. There's no one going to stay with you.
I'm paying rent. And I'm self-employed, and we are trying to make it work, and the pressure is too much. And at home expectations are there. And I just had this humbling moment that this will not work at this time. And closed shop.
After how long?
6 months.
After 6 months.
Yes.
So the business was profitable, but not to the extent that would have been required for it to achieve full sustainability.
Yes.
Okay.
It couldn't employ us.
Okay. And now you are graduate, so also your expectations are very high. Yeah.
So at that time, my colleagues are joining the top 4. We had a top 4 thing at the School of Business. So you could join PwC, Deloitte, KPMG, or what was the other one? So I had a self-reflection. I need a job. As much as this is not my passion is still in this space, the startup space, but I need a job.
Yes, that can sustain you.
I went back to the bank.
Okay.
The good thing about those times, there were a lot of opportunities. The bank was scaling,
and scaling,
and there were a lot of opportunities. I remember getting a job at where I had interned at the Treasury Department.
You went back there.
Yeah.
Now this time as an employee.
Yes, it was a safe landing because I knew the people there, I knew the manager. At the same time is the time I got the scholarship, and because I was doing the evening classes, it allowed me to do the work and still do the classes in the evening. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I finished my master's.
Okay, that's amazing. So how long did you stay at Equity in that job?
I think I got in 2006. In and out, I officially left in 2016.
2016, though. So that's about 10 years.
10 years.
About 10 years.
But in the middle, I could leave, go to school, come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your master's was in what discipline?
Management Information Systems.
So now you are taking Management Information Systems now to a higher level. Yes. You had already done it as a specialization under your BCom, but now you've decided now I can actually do a full specialization here by way of a master's. Yes. Okay, so you finished that?
Yeah, I did finish, and then got married. Started a family.
Okay, so I think that will be another story.
And if I want to continue saying the story of the entrepreneurship journey. As I mentioned, I left Equity in 2016, and it was a clear decision at that time. I had tried leaving many times, but I was not successful because of this conflict in me. I have to get a stable income, remember? But I still want to pursue something that is more. So 2016, I was like, let me go and try.
Now I would definitely try something else.
Like this one has to work. So 2016, I left. Started also the consulting, the IT consulting. By that time, I never stopped providing services.
So you are still doing it. You are still hustling.
Side hustle.
Side hustling.
Gotten a few clients, and we had walked the journey, and people believed in the product and in the services, and they were scaling their operations. And I project, and I'm like, this can actually work if I put more effort. And I was doing it. And I did it for about 2 years. Then 2018, I think this is where the story of WorkPay begins. As I was consulting in the space of IT, a friend of mine called Paul, he's now the CEO of WorkPay and the co-founder of WorkPay, reached out to me. And said he had also gone through the system. He had done engineering at the University of Nairobi, graduated, did also a job on the side, and also figured out that this is also not what I want to do. Started his own IT dev shop. So IT dev shop is where they make applications for businesses. So a client will come, I need this kind of an app, and they would do it. So over that time, they also decided we also need our own product. as much as we are doing all these projects for clients, we also need to develop our own. Eventually, maybe we can shed off the dev shop, other projects to other customers, and concentrate on our own. That's their that was their model.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were keeping in touch and what he was doing. They had developed an ERP for SMEs. That was the concept, because they had looked at the space and thought and seen only the big ERPs are in the country.
Okay, now when you say ERP,
Oh,
for some of us who are not technical, now we get lost. So can you explain in layman's language what you mean by ERP and what it does for a business?
Yes. So an ERP in full is an enterprise resource planning software. It handles the difference between an ERP and a normal application is that an ERP handles more than one function. So like there is a function called finance.
Finance, so there's a finance component.
Yes.
The business does its finance from there. Okay.
Finance, accounting, they almost follow the same route. There is, if you are in manufacturing, for businesses that are heavy in manufacturing, there is a manufacturing module, that does all the manufacturing processes, automation and everything. There is, after you manufacture everything, you get the product and it goes to an inventory system that manages the ins and outs and all that. There is project management, there is customer relationship management, there is human resource management. They're all these modules.
So all those aspects of the business, you manage them through that software.
Very ambitious
and
project.
And you customize it based on your requirements.
Yes. Okay. So they had seen the concept and they had seen that in this space of SMEs, people that are not corporate, because if you go to the corporates, they are using the international ERPs.
Yeah, the big ERP systems.
The Oracles, the SAPs, the Microsoft Dynamics, all those big ones. But when you come to the lower tier of businesses, there is no system. And they're trying to automate. They cannot afford
the expensive. Those other systems are out of their budgets.
Yeah, so what they do is they tend to use these fragmented systems. They have a small system doing inventory. They have another system.
Don't talk to each other.
Yes. Okay. So the opportunity was to develop a system that has these different modules for a small business that is integrated. That was the vision. When they did that, I was still consulting, and it is at that point that we had a discussion with my good friend Paul, the founder, and he told me, we would want you to come full-time.
Wow.
And lead this.
And now part-time will no longer work. We need you more here.
Yes.
Full-time. Wow.
You are delivering a service or a product, you get very good at it, and you're like, this is actually growing into a business. Yes. I need more hands.
To help me.
Yes, and you start hiring people.
Yes, yes.
That is where the problem starts, because you are not a HR person.
Yes.
Project management, there is customer relationship management, there is human resource management. They're all these modules.
So all those aspects of the business, you manage them through that software.
Very ambitious
and
project.
And you customize it based on your requirements.
Yes. Okay. So they had seen the concept and they had seen that in this space of SMEs, people that are not corporate, because if you go to the corporates, they are using the international ERPs.
Yeah, the big ERP systems.
The Oracles, the SAPs, the Microsoft Dynamics, all those big ones.
Yeah.
But when you come to the lower tier of businesses, there is no system. And they're trying to automate. They cannot afford
the expensive. Those other systems are out of their budgets.
Yeah, so what they do is they tend to use these fragmented systems. They have a small system doing inventory. They have another system.
They don't talk to each other.
Yes.
Okay.
So the opportunity was to develop a system that has these different modules for a small business that is integrated. That was the vision.
Okay.
They had developed what we call a minimum viable product, and they were taking it to the market, and I was consulting for a few clients, and Paul requested me, can you introduce this product to your network or businesses and see the uptake of this product? And we got in, of course the salesperson in me kicks in and gets the first client very fast.
Wow.
And the business model there was make a margin. We agreed on charge this, and then what you charge, you just add your margin on top. And I closed the first client very fast. And then once they were customizing, I was looking for other businesses. But in that journey, and maybe if we speak about this, there is the early stage startup life when you're figuring things and the product. What emerged from that whole process is that we are too spread in supporting all these modules, and every module is like a product on its own. Yeah, so they found themselves not having the focus because we have an accounting.
Yeah, you are spreading yourself too thin.
Yeah. And they made a decision that we need to settle on one maybe and bank all our resources there.
Concentrate our energies onto it.
Yeah, and what they settled with was the human resource module, the HR and payrolls module, and said we can shed off everything else.
We focus on HR
make it good, make it work, make it functional, and then scale it. So when they did that, I was still consulting, and it is at that point that we had a discussion with my good friend Paul, the founder, and he told me, we would want you to come full-time. And lead this.
Now part-time will no longer work. We need you more here.
Yes.
Full-time. Wow.
I was like, okay. Let's talk business. Let me get because I also need now to think I have to discontinue everything else.
Yes.
I had a second child on the way. So
the burden is increasing.
Finances were limited in a way, so it was pretty easy to make the decision. I came in full-time to WorkPay in 2018 October, and the product had some level of development, and I started the business or the sales department from scratch. I was the first salesperson.
Yeah, so we always say in strategy that innovation is, being innovative is actually just understanding the need of the market and providing a solution for that need. Yeah. So would you say that WorkPay actually saw that need in the market and then delivered a solution that would address that need? And you can also tell us, when that happened, what happened to the numbers, the reach, the demand for the services, now based also, of course, on the numbers you're dealing with now? Yeah.
So there was a need in the market to automate. I think we were in the space where startups were sprouting everywhere. And our space at that time was in the HR and payroll space. there was a need because we were moving from paper
Yes.
to system.
Yes.
So there was actually a big need for automation or digitization, especially for small businesses. As I said, the big corporates have that figured out via their big, ERP systems. But the SMEs, they don't have a way to automate.
Can you explain, now assume I'm an SME,
Yes.
Can you explain to those who are watching why it is important for me? Because what do I go through as a small business when it comes to HR? What are my problems when it comes to managing HR?
Very good question. You start in as self-employed. Most people start
I
there.
am the CEO, I am the finance director, I'm the director of HR, I'm the tea girl, I'm the cleaner. Yes, that's how we start.
Yes.
Yes.
You are delivering a service or a product, you get very good at it, and you're like, this is actually growing into a business.
Yes.
I need more hands.
To help me.
Yes, and you start hiring people.
Yes, yes.
That is where the problem starts, because you are not a HR person.
Yes.
So you have to figure out contracts. So initially, when the team is very small,
We manage somehow.
Some people just maneuver.
And they remind me, Madam, they look at you with those eyes of, Madam, today is the 4th.
Nitafungiwa nyumba.
Today is the 4th of the month. You get those SMSs. Nitafungiwa nyumba. That is okay. So you quickly go to the bank and send, or M-Pesa.
Yes.
Okay.
Then the team grows and
you
you're
get
like,
busier. You have more
and
people.
you're like, there are things called statutories that needs to be paid.
Yes.
Pay. How is it calculated?
Yes.
The NHIF and
SHAS,
all those things. How do we
housing levy now?
Because remember, the regulatory environment, the compliance is a big factor in business growth.
Yes.
Those people who don't appreciate compliance remain at self-employment level. But if you actually want to grow, you have to be mindful of compliance.
Yes,
you have to comply.
Very critical. It's part of governance.
Yes.
It is very critical.
So the tools or the systems that we provide help the businesses to comply in the area of human resource management and the payroll management.
Yes.
Because the first thing is, do you have a contract as an employee? How do you come up with a contract and all that? Then you're hired, you have a job offer, your salary will be 50,000 per month. I also need to figure out 50,000. I don't pay you 50,000. I have to apply the calculation
and
for the
deduct
taxes.
And pay the authorities.
Yes, and then your net is this amount.
Yes.
And then I write you a check, so we are coming from the place of writing checks, sending to M-Pesa, or giving people cash. I have a lot of those stories of people who used to line up and receive
in cash
their envelopes. So we're looking at that whole process and automating it in a system, so that you can now come in. There is a web-based system. You onboard your employees there. You write the salaries. If you have documents to upload, you upload. You have all the information. Come end month, you run the payroll. There are different people of employees depending on different sectors of the economy. There are people who are paid per day.
Yes.
There are people who, because they are paid per day, are also paid either weekly. If you're doing weekly, you have to remember that there is a weekly component of the statutories that needs to be calculated.
Even
so
if
that
they'll be paid at the end of the month.
So that they can add up at the end of the month and you are compliant.
To the required amount.
There are other people who are paid via number of days worked. I see it in the security sector. Guards report. Sometimes they don't report. For the days they don't report, it's called absent days. They are deducted. So the story of WorkPay is that we perfected the product for one country. Charity begins at home. We became good for what we were doing for Kenya.
In Kenya.
And quickly figured that this market is for us to take, Africa.
Yes.
In all those countries, we have a functioning
for full compliance
WorkPay entity.
Wow.
That is now has to comply for the statutory so that we can go to the client and assure them we are fully compliant.
So you'll never get into any issues.
We are coming from the place of writing checks, sending to M-Pesa, or giving people cash. I have a lot of those stories of people who used to line up and receive
in cash
their envelopes. So we're looking at that whole process and automating it in a system so that you can now come in. There is a web-based system. You onboard your employees there. You write the salaries. If you have documents to upload, you upload. You have all the information. Come end month, you run the payroll. There are different people of employees depending on different sectors of the economy. There are people who are paid per day.
Yes.
There are people who, because they are paid per day, are also paid either weekly. If you're doing weekly, you have to remember that there is a weekly component of the statutories that needs to be calculated.
Even
so
if
that,
they'll be paid at the end of the month.
So that they can add up at the end of the month and you are compliant.
To the required amount.
There are other people who are paid via number of days worked. I see it in the security sector. Guards report. Sometimes they don't report. For the days they don't report, it's called absent days. They are deducted. So you have also to have systems that track the attendance and connected to the payroll. So that at the end of the month you can tell so-and-so worked 25 days. They had 4 off days which are entitled to be paid. Total they worked 29 days, but they should have worked 30 days. So they have a day that needs to be deducted. We do all that calculation in a software. Then we subject the deductions. Remember also, they have other deductions. They have formed a circle welfare. Everybody contributes 200.
Or those who pay pension of some sort. Okay.
So the check-offs.
You include all that.
All that. And
I
then
have my final pay.
This is the net pay. And then what we did was we also automated the net pay disbursement. I think that's what I had said before. Where you have the calculation you can get, because again you can do spreadsheets and get the figure. Then there was the process of the payment and the dignity around the payment. And I think we have created dignity there to ensure that people are paid securely, accurately, and in their own space.
Confidentiality.
Yes. Because also that
it's not public
lining
information.
Up to be given.
Especially in time of salary increments. You go to the tea room and, hey, did you hear Edwin? He got 10%. How come me I got 5? Hey, he knows the mudos, wanajuana. They all those. So confidentiality kicks in.
There are people with stories of they look at the mood of the boss and they know
this one is not looking good.
Today we are not getting paid.
But I also heard when it's payday, we are very good to the HR director. I think we need to start being good to you. You are doing the payment. So we bring for you the tea, we serve you. Anything else you want, madam? And then I say, yeah, I can have a cake. So it's brought very fast because it's payday.
Yes.
So that you'd focus on that file, Anyway, so this is very good. Now, let me ask you, you have operations in 30 countries. So how do you deal with the issue of multi-currencies? Tax regulations are different, requirements for all those additional contributions and deductions are different. So how do you manage all that in a multi-country kind of system?
Yeah. Good question. So we've scaled. I think now it's where we are.
Yeah.
If there were enough time, I would speak about.
Just in brief.
I would speak about the journey to 30 countries.
And I'm asking this because I know some of your customers would also have operations, staff sitting in Kenya, some sitting in Tanzania, some sitting in Uganda, some in Nigeria, some in Zambia, maybe South Africa. So it is important for us to understand how do you manage such a scenario and still be in compliance in each of those countries.
Yes. So the story of WorkPay is that we perfected the product for one country. Charity begins at home. Yeah. We became good for what we were doing for Kenya.
In Kenya.
And quickly figured that this market is for us to take, Africa.
Yes.
And we started seeing Africa
and the need is the same.
As one market, yeah. So we quickly expand.
So you scaled to the other countries?
Yeah. The first place we went to was Nigeria.
Okay.
And when you look at the highest countries to adopt technology in Africa, it's Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa.
Yes.
Egypt, but then you will have a problem with the Amharic issue of Egypt, and then Sub-Sahara, you will keep it Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. So we quickly expanded to Lagos. We had a team there, and the story was the same. We've done the product here. Let us also figure out, and this is the complexity of payroll, is that it's very different
in each country.
In every country. And not just different in every country, it's also very different within the same country in different sectors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you will find some places like EPZ, they have a unionized payroll, they have some deductions.
For the unions, the trade unions.
Yes.
That's a different dimension.
It's a tax-free zone. There is a way they have also cautioned their employees, so the tax calculation is different than the other. So you have to put all those nuances and then have a way to replicate this for the other countries. So what happened was COVID happened in 2020. We were still on the journey of expanding to the other countries. Then COVID happened. And because of that, it was a disruptor in the space. Companies started hiring remote employees in Africa.
Yes.
Yeah. Engineers now could work from Kenya, but they are working for a global company.
Yeah.
And the need for something called employer of record. It is a service as old as HR, but it was not known, where you have a company being subcontracted to be in charge of the HR component of an employee from a compliance perspective. Because if you are a company in the UK hiring an engineer in Kenya, you do not see the need to come here, register an entity, register for all the statutories,
the employer.
Only to do all that work so that you can employ a single
One
engineer.
person. Yeah.
So the employer of record business was born out of that need.
So you act as the employer on record?
Yes.
So you almost like outsource the services to that guy in the UK, the company in the UK, and you comply fully here.
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
So that's how we shifted from, and it was also adaptability. And I think companies need to be adaptable to the changes in the business environment.
It's dynamic.
Because when we were starting, we were a software company.
Yes.
Now we are a HR company. HR in the sense that we offer the platform, people subscribe to use it. Yeah.
Yes.
But we also have a HR services component where we have outsourcing and we are doing all these services for people. So in the business of offering that, we were able to scale across Africa in the 30 countries because this is the biggest thing that you have to do in the employer of record space.
Yeah.
You must have the entity. So that's how, by regulation, we were forced to register a WorkPay entity in all those countries, we have a functioning
for full compliance
WorkPay entity.
Wow.
That is now has to comply for the statutory so that we can go to the client and assure them we are fully compliant.
So you'll never get into any issues with the authorities in any country. So wow, that's amazing.
The promise is we help you hire compliantly because we can tell you the labor laws of that country. Even when you're drafting the employment contract, we advise you and we tell you these are the clauses to look out for.
I think what I'm beginning to understand now is that, you know, HR is not just about getting the person.
Yeah.
It's a whole complex thing about the financial aspect of it, the benefits part of it, the compliance part of it, and the legal part of it. Yeah. Because there are legal implications to every action, and of course the taxation aspect of it, and that's where you're plugging in. So when I look at you, now Chief Business Officer of WorkPay, for now from 2017, that's what, how many years now? About 7 years. I actually see a person who has got the convergence of those elements of finding your purpose. You are doing what you love, which is your passion. Yeah. You are doing something or offering something that the world needs through WorkPay. You are doing what you are good at. I mean, business, what did you call them? Information systems and that whole technology space. Yeah. And more importantly, you are doing what you get paid for, so that Wanjiko goes to school. Yes. I know she's called Wanjiko, the first girl. Yes. Yeah, so I mean, it's a good place to be. And I guess looking at where we are coming from, I think it's amazing. So the conversation continues. This is the executive table with Mary Wamae, and we continue with Edwin Mwangi, the Chief Business Officer of WorkPay. Continue watching. We are coming back. We'll be back soon.
It was running in Strathmore by some investors who invest in that seed stage. We got some funding, small funding. That was
small as in how much?
$50,000.
$50,000.
Yeah, we were
and
quite
you call
small.
that small?
We were quite small.
Oh.
We participated. It's a 3-month program, very intensive. Again, this is now global. You're preparing your startup for the global audience, because at the end of the accelerator program, the 3-month, there is something they call demo day. You pitch, it's a 5 minutes pitch.
5 minutes only?
5.
Welcome back. This is the executive table at Mary Wamae. We continue with a very exciting conversation with Edwin Mwangi, the Chief Business Officer at WorkPay. Continue watching. Now, Edwin.
Yes.
I read somewhere, I mean, it was big news that you got the Google for Startups Accelerator Awards. So just tell us something about that award and why you got it.
WorkPay is a startup in the HR tech space in Kenya. We are founded, we are Delaware registered. So one of the things that you have to do as a startup in Kenya, maybe I speak to the people who would want to do this, to attract funding. Most of the VCs understand the global standards. So
now you have started the acronyms again. VCs means what?
Yeah, venture capitalists.
Venture capitalists. Yes. Those are the guys with the money.
Yes, they fund startups. They invest in startups. That's their business model. So in 2019, just to take you back, we've participated in 3 accelerator programs. And accelerators are programs targeted at startups to upskill them, expose them, build capacity for them so that they can be able to package their story, their product, their business, so that they are investor ready. That's what I would say.
The attractiveness to the investor in
yes, yes.
Okay.
So at a very early stage, you attract grants. There are various ways of raising funds. So one of the things we did was to participate in an accelerator program called Pangea. It was running in Strathmore by some investors who invest in that seed stage. We got some funding, small funding. That was
small as in how much?
$50,000.
$50,000.
Yeah, we were
and
quite
you call
small.
That small?
We were quite small.
Oh,
we were quite small.
$50,000.
Yes.
That's in Kenya shillings is how much? Like 6 million?
6
for free.
Million. So it is also venture capital. So it would later convert to equity for the investor. But I would say they were amongst the first people who believed in us.
Who believed in the story.
Yeah, and saw something. So later on, in 2019, we participated in the Google for Africa Accelerator program.
So now this is a bigger kind of award competition. Yeah. Okay.
That one is just for capacity building. It had no funding component to it.
Okay.
But Google, in their wisdom, saw it fit to start a program targeted at Africa startups to try to scale them. Remember, if they do scale, they will consume the Google products.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so we were given incentives in terms of Google Cloud Platform credits. So like one of the awards we were given is you can use the GCP, we call it the GCP, which means Google Cloud Platform, for a period of like 2 years.
Oh, I see. So they give you complimentary?
For free. And to an early startup, I can tell you server costs.
That makes a lot of difference.
Server costs can go very high, especially because you're building, you're testing a lot of things.
Some are going wrong, you have to do.
You haven't gotten into a place where you can say you can optimize an application to use the minimal resources. So that kind of funding is very helpful at the beginning, and it helps us to save costs. So we participated in that. It was running between Nairobi, Kigali, and Lagos. It was a 3-month program. So we used to travel top executives, and we would have these mentors who would come to speak to us about scaling a business,
different aspects of
building a product, scaling a business across Africa, what to expect. And that was a very eye-opening thing, because one of the things, again, in a startup environment, everybody is learning on the job. Even there's no manual. Even the CEO is a CEO for the first time that scale.
The products are just new. Everyone is
everything is growing.
This one works.
You have to learn.
Wow.
At that time, I became a salesperson. Remember, I had done commerce, information system. This is a new discipline. I'm now being introduced to, scaling a product across different markets, go-to-market strategies and the like, hiring and keeping salespeople and all those things. There are a lot of dynamics when it comes to scaling a product. So we participated in Google for Africa Accelerator program, which built the momentum for our next accelerator. And it was the second time we were applying to the YC Combinator Accelerator program. It is the mother of all accelerators for startups. It is the biggest. It is where companies like Airbnb have graduated from, and all the big startups in the US.
All those disruptors in the market have passed through there.
Yes. So we participated. It was the second time we were applying. That was in 2019, late 2019, and we got in 2020, early 2020. Remember, because that's when COVID was starting to happen. I remember our CEO being locked out in California.
He couldn't travel.
Yeah, he made it the last flight out with the the ALM.
Yes.
They even had to call him. You have to get on board within
That.
2 hours. Otherwise,
we don't know when.
Yeah, you're locked. And we participated. It's a 3-month program, very intensive. Again, this is now global. You're preparing your startup for the global audience, because at the end of the accelerator program, the 3-month, there is something they call demo day. You pitch, it's a 5-minute pitch.
5 minutes only.
5.
But you have to say the right things.
It was in person then. Now they have transitioned it to virtual after COVID. But then you have to say everything in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
So our CEO was there. The other co-founder was in Kenya. They were trying to connect via video for him also to say something, because all the founders have to say something.
Yeah.
It didn't work. He ended up doing it by himself. And we were quite nervous to receive the news, but we got in.
You got it.
We
Wow.
were the second startup in Kenya
to get that award.
into that program.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So
Yeah, well done.
we got
But
in.
does it also show that the market recognized something, that the potential
Yeah.
and the disruption that this product would have in the market?
The good thing about that program is that globally they recognize sectors that will be coming up.
Sectors of the future.
Yes.
Yes.
So there was a talk around the future of work already. How will human
how will it
resources
look like?
or human work
in the next few years?
Yes. So anyone in that space,
HR was
they are
favored.
interested. And the good thing about them, they look at continents. So in Africa, in that category, we happen to be
You
the
are the
only
best.
ones
Wow.
in that category. And then, of course, the other part of the pitch has to check out how big is your market size, how many customers are you serving, how are you structured, who are your investors to date, what is the size of this opportunity. If we give you funding, which you say maybe you are at the right time now, we can scale, would you take this to a unicorn? Because now they look at, we invest at this stage, but eventually we want you to exit as a unicorn, and that's massive. So we got in, that had a funding aspect to it. So when you have demo day, you attract now global investors, because everybody is there saying, if you go through this accelerator
and you
and
emerge
you graduate,
victorious.
even the selection process is so rigorous that they've already done the due
They could
diligence.
not have missed anything of importance.
Yes.
Oh, well done.
So
That's great.
we raised
so what
money.
you are saying is that really opened up the innovation to funding opportunities. Now, we have a complaint by from various quarters, both individuals and business people with startups, and they are saying no one is willing to give funding to startups. But you're just telling us here that it is possible. So I want you to talk about the funding that you have attracted, whether it's debt or equity or seed funding from different quarters, just to show that it is possible, but also talk about what do you need as a company or as a startup to make yourself attractive to receive this kind of funding at the right cost, of course. Yeah.
Angel investors give you money. They're angels.
For free.
Yes. And we were able to do our Series A last year.
Yes.
And we raised an additional $5 million.
Another $5 million came last year.
Yes.
Now, we have a complaint by from various quarters,
Yes.
both individuals and business people, people with startups, and they are saying no one is willing to give funding to startups. But you're just telling us here that it is possible. So I want you to talk about the funding that you have attracted, whether it's debt or equity or seed funding, from different quarters, just to show that it is possible. But also talk about what do you need as a company or as a startup to make yourself attractive to receive this kind of funding at the right cost, of course. Yeah.
So just at the basic level, a startup is a company founded to provide a product or service that is innovation backed or technology backed so that they can scale it. So you don't talk startups without the issue of growth or scale.
The possibility for growth
Yes.
and scale is important.
At the time that we are in, technology is the biggest aspect here for scale. So
The accelerator
yes,
or
all
enabler.
the investors that are in that space are looking at businesses that can be tech enabled, that can scale very fast. So they look at the problem you are solving.
What's the need in the
Yes,
market?
yes.
Yeah.
And then what's the business model? How do people pay for it?
How sustainable?
I know many of our colleagues who have fallen along the way and their startups did not make it. And you would point back to the business model. How are you to make money? Yeah, that has to be very important, the business model. And there are different business models. We are on a subscription as a service. We also do service fees for our outsourced services. Fintechs do transactional model. They charge a fee. We have people doing marketplaces and they have revenue shares. And you have people in the credit business offering credit for an interest.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of all those things. So there are three ways of funding a business, a startup. So again, you have to define as an individual, do I want to do a startup? A startup, remember, has to be scaled. So it's not, as I said, a self-employment. So if you want to do self-employment, you
don't do a
you are
startup.
your own, and then you look at your own savings, you look at the bank to give you loans, you look at your friends to give you money, and then you are limited to the scale that you can grow that
achieve.
business. But on a startup scale, there are three ways to raise money. One is bootstrapping. Bootstrapping is using your own funds. You make money, but then you reinvest your profits.
Okay,
Yeah.
you plow it back
Yes,
into the
yes.
business.
The other one is angel investors. That happens at the very early stages. Angel investors give you money. They are angels.
For free.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So those are what we call grants.
They are angels. They do
Okay.
not expect a return or you to pay back.
Yes.
It's very early stage. It's at the ideation stage. Because again, the level of failure there is very high.
It's very high.
Remember, you are testing out
And you are
things.
not making money yet,
Yes,
but you're running costs.
you are even running. Is this viable? Yeah.
Okay.
You are trying to build what you call an MVP, minimum viable product. You've seen a problem, you want to build a product, take it to the market, hear the feedback from the customers, they tell you this is not how it works. All that, you attract angel funding. If you're lucky, you can find people who can actually invest in that space. And the good thing is to look for investors who are aligned to what you do. Like now, there are a lot of investors maybe who are looking into the sustainable climate, climate change and all that. Anyone doing things with carbon credits and all that, they are interested.
The whole green economy.
And you can find that they are actually angel investors in that space. But then again, you come now to the third one. You said there are always three options. Huh?
Yes.
So bootstrapping, angel investing, and the third one is venture capitalists. Those people, they give you money in exchange for a part of your business. It is as simple as that. I give you this money, I own the business.
A portion of it.
Yes. So we attracted that immediately after we graduated from Y Combinator. In 2020, we raised $2.1 million.
$2.1 million.
Yes, I have to add
Not
dollars.
shillings.
Yes. Yeah,
so that was what, seed funding?
Yes, seed funding.
Yes.
So that money helped us. Remember, it was COVID. So at the time we were trying to figure out other markets. It helped us to scale the team,
Yes.
the product, the operations, and to actually do a lot of market research on how our product can fit now within the African context. And we were able to push a lot of business and scale across the 30 countries. And what that does is, once you do that and you've proven to the investor that you can actually scale it, you, after you run out of the cash, or you see that the cash is, because at that time you are expensing more money than you're making.
So you are not at break-even point.
Yes.
If we use accounting language.
Yes. You are loss making at that point. So remember, because expenses have to be paid faithfully, you are drawing from the investment that you were given by the investors. So every month there is amount that you are apportioning from there. And then you look at, it's called a runway, how long do I have
before I run out of the cash?
Yes, and then you start the fundraising journey again.
In good time.
Yes. So you project and you're like, we need money.
By
and you don't
December
say, we need money in 3 months, and you start, you start now. You start like 1 year ahead, because it takes time. It takes time. There is a lot of due diligence, especially at Series A stage, which we were last year. There is a lot of due diligence. Again, what happened in 2021, there a lot of startup went down with a lot of money that was invested on the promise that they were, during COVID, they were the future, and there were not a lot of solid business models. Everything was on the promise of people are going to work from home, people will not travel. So there was a lot of applications. You remember the Zoom, how it depicted, and it was to be the new way of schooling now will be on virtual. And then we went back and things started going back to normal. And all the businesses that were built under that premise, they had a lot of problem now finding a business case without that disruption. And
so their projections were not able to be actualized.
Yes. The story was great.
Yeah, it was great.
The numbers projected were based on that trend. So when the
and
trend,
an assumption that life will always remain like this.
When it was not the case, then it plummeted. So we stayed on. Again, for us, we adapted very fast. We saw the future of work going to anyone can work from anywhere, and that's where we attracted the employer of record and started now scaling that business. It was a very new business. We also did not have an understanding. It required all our teams to quickly learn about legal operational laws of different countries, how payrolls are done, getting partners to do filing for you and to tell you how things run. Incorporating a company, I can just mention sometimes that's a nightmare in some countries. Yeah,
it's not like the way we do it here online within a few days.
Opening a bank account. Sometimes in some countries it
takes forever.
And you have to be there in person. So you can imagine our directors going in different countries to open bank accounts to make sure that we are set up correctly. That is a cost element to it. They have also to dedicate time away from the business. There is a lot of dynamics. That said, we were able to scale the business and to project the business in a way that showed potential to our investors. And we were able to do our Series A last year. And we raised an additional $5 million.
Another $5 million came last year, in addition to the 2.1 that had come earlier. Amazing. So
as we speak right now, we are registered in 31 African countries. We have our own entities. Our goal is to get to anywhere between 40 and 45, because there's some countries that doing business is not possible. And we think that's a good number. We also follow the data and we look at where people are hiring from, and the demand can drive our decisions so that we are not also registering
You can't
companies.
go blindly
Yes.
to a country where the demand is low.
Yes, so what we are now doing is we have about, we are serving about 1,500 businesses.
1,500
Yes.
small and medium
Yes.
businesses.
Across Africa. Of course, Kenya has the biggest because this is where we
This is where you
started.
started, yeah.
And then we are gaining a lot of traction in Nigeria and in Tanzania and Uganda. We are doing a lot of East African countries as we try to understand the sub-Saharan Africa. And then we have an issue with the West because of the Franco, and it requires the language translation. The same case to the North, it requires Amharic translation. And we want to do first the sub-Saharan, and then we will cater for the others as the business caters. 1,500 businesses, 100,000 employees.
Wow.
Or what I would want to say, pay slips.
Payslips. Wow, that's amazing.
Being paid through our platform. So we see the salaries, we see the taxes, we see all that, and the good thing, as I said, is also we are also trying to create rails, payment rails for sending money across Africa. So let me give you an example. When an employee is hired by WorkPay on behalf of a client, let's say in Malawi or Zambia, we are in charge of also paying them. So what that means is that we have to figure out a way when the client pays us to send that money to that employee in their local currency, because that is what they signed the contract.
Yes.
And also to remit their taxes
dues in the local currency.
So we have to work with a partner to do the filing for us.
Yeah.
But we have to find a way to send that money. So sometimes
cash,
we ride on banking infrastructure, we ride on other fintechs. Our core business is not payments. Payment is another business line that is very regulated to do fintech or create your own payment gateway. What we do now is to partner with banks, ride on integrations like PesaLink, M-Pesa. There are fintechs that are regional that are doing the payments. We link to them and we are able to send that money. Some countries, I can tell you, it is a nightmare to send money. I
can imagine.
There is a country in this continent we were told T+30.
What do you mean?
Yes.
It takes 30 days to get your money from the day it's sent?
Up to 30 days.
Minimum, if you are lucky.
And
we should count ourselves lucky. That we do real time.
We say real time, and it's actually you press a button, you refresh your message, you have the money,
and I get the money within a second.
We are so privileged in Kenya. We don't know. So some countries it's T+1, T+2. Some it takes 5 days. So what we do is we work with our customers so that they remit the money before,
way before the due date.
Every client has a payroll calendar. Send your money.
Here we just do 30th.
Yeah, so if you want your employees to be paid on the 28th, let's work backwards.
How long will it take? So you need to give us the money by the 23rd or 22nd.
If there is a holiday or a weekend in between.
Another few days.
So we have people sending money to us as early as the 10th.
The 10th of the month.
Yeah, so that we can process their payroll.
For it to get to the employee on the 30th of the month.
So we do all the bit of the currency conversions, the sending of the money, and the compliance on that bit. And I think the universities or the schools are having a battle to detect AI-generated content, like just like the way they had an issue with plagiarism and the like. I think it is disrupting a lot of places. We have actually a use case in Kenya that one of our companies, I think it's called Summer Source, on Mombasa Road, was the one used to do the feeding of the model for, is it Meta? Yeah, so we have people that actually have gotten jobs creating the model. And I think there is a responsibility to continue even improving it. And they tell you to check it, because that's where the human aspect comes in.
Now that we are talking about work and the payment for it and all that, would you also like to comment about how you see the future of work, especially when I look at things like the advent of AI, for instance? Yes. How do you think that will affect the workplace eventually?
Artificial intelligence, AI.
Or I've used an acronym and I'm telling you not to use one. Artificial intelligence. Tell us how you see that coming.
It's a disruptor, just like technology disrupted the workplace. 20 years ago, maybe, or 30, that was when spreadsheets were introduced, and people are like, oh, this thing can do a lot of complicated formulas and the like, and a lot of things are automated. So AI is the next level of disruption. What it is doing to companies is reducing the time it takes to do a task.
Yes.
Any task. And you can sit here and you can have a lot of use cases of how every profession
will be affected.
Or any professional can use AI to simplify their daily tasks, to be efficient in their research, in their data processing, in their decision making. We have people having AI to draft emails who would have thought that you don't need to spend...
I don't need to sit and for hours thinking, what should I say?
Yeah.
And sound nice, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
It can write a book for you, you know.
I want to write a book.
It can summarize a whole book. If you want to read a book or chapters, it can... I presume that it has already disrupted the education system.
Yes.
But the people there are not aware.
We are in denial.
That you don't need to go to a physical school to get
the information and knowledge.
And I think the universities or the schools are having a battle to detect AI-generated content, like just like the way they had an issue with plagiarism and the like. I think it is disrupting a lot of places. It has the good side, and of course it can be used, any technology can be used for good and for bad. So for the good of the workplace, it is helping simplify a lot of tasks. We are having, like in our own place, we have now a team within the engineering department. They are called research and development, R&D, but their project is AI. They have to look at how do we deploy AI on our application, and we are imagining things like running payroll.
Through AI?
Yes.
So does that mean that people are going to lose jobs, or what does that mean?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that there are jobs that will be fully automated. People who do repetitive tasks.
The repetitive tasks.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you sit down and you do reconciliation, and a tool comes and it is able to pick everything from...
You don't need to sit on those numbers for
minutes
weeks.
And tells you this is the client who is owing, and this one is a debtor, this one is a creditor.
Why do you need someone to...
And you are taking 6 hours to do that one. You are either replaced, but the good thing, and what we are telling our customers, is now you can repurpose employees. They are either efficient at what they do, so they can take up more strategic roles.
Yeah.
And then they can also apply the extra hours that they have to things that an AI can do.
Or business growth initiatives, sales, marketing.
Yeah. So creative problem solving, I don't think that will be automated by AI. Things that are more human, things like emotional intelligence. Even when you do a task in AI, you can't just present it as is.
You have to cross-check.
Yeah. We have engineers who are coming up. I think it's now a new profession. They're called prompt engineers. They are the people who design what to ask. Because if you ask the right thing, this is how AI works. If you know what to ask,
you get the right answer, a useful answer.
Yes. So garbage in, garbage out, it applies very well in an AI model.
But I saw the AI is now giving a disclaimer. You know, the way we get one from lawyers and transaction advisors.
It has.
You recheck the facts because I'm not 100% correct all the time.
They have to do it because there are people who also are in charge of developing the models. We have actually a use case in Kenya that one of our companies, I think it's called Summersource, on Mombasa Road, was the one used to do the feeding of the model for, is it Meta? Yeah, so we have people that actually have gotten jobs creating the model. And I think there is a responsibility to continue even improving it. And they tell you to check it because that's where the human aspect comes in. Because there are always changes.
Yes.
In fact, if you interact with it, you can tell it and it will say memory updated. You are also, as a user, helping it to become better and better
over time.
Yeah. And what will happen is the tool that you use most is also learning you to the extent that it will become your digital assistant.
Yes.
So PAs might be kicked out. They have to repurpose their...
PAs in the room? You rethink.
They have to repurpose their things, their roles around things that are in creative problem solving, emotional intelligence, and strategic alignment or strategic thinking. And the like.
So when you talk, I'm seeing a huge opportunity.
Yes.
AI is a huge opportunity. But I think what you are saying is that we also need to look at the way we are doing things and see whether we need to detool and reskill either ourselves or our workforce so that they can do the jobs that AI will never be able to do. Yeah, okay. The one that require a human element to them. Yeah, so that's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Now, I want to still on the work. Sounds like you have a very, very busy schedule. I heard you say somewhere that you got married at some point. Was that right after campus or at what point?
It was 3 years after campus.
3 years after campus. Yeah, so just tell us about your family life and whether you think people ask a lot about work life. They ask, is work-life balance real? Is it possible? Is it realistic? Actually, we had a guest here who told us that work-life balance is a dream. It can never be real. Wow. You can't do it. So what do you have to say about that? How do you put it all together in the context of you have a family, you have a wife and 2 kids? Yeah, just tell us something about that and how you balance it out.
One of the things that you're taught when you're founding a company is that have chemistry, have a co-founder first. Even the investors who invest, they look at the founding team. Invest time for your mental health. I think there was a lot of talk around mental health post-COVID. A lot of people were working from home. They were stressed out. How do you balance? And that's when we started getting out And now I am on Strava. I'm happy we have a hike coming up.
Yeah. This Saturday we are going to Karula.
Yeah.
Now I want to still on the work. Sounds like you have a very, very busy schedule. I heard you say somewhere that you got married at some point. Was that right after campus or at what point?
It was 3 years after campus.
3 years after campus. Yeah, so just tell us about your family life and whether you think people ask a lot about work life. They ask, is work-life balance real? Is it possible? Is it realistic? Yeah. Actually, we had a guest here who told us that work-life balance is a dream. It can never be real. Wow. You can't do it. So what do you have to say about that? How do you put it all together in the context of you have a family, you have a wife and 2 kids? Yeah, just tell us something about that and how you balance it out.
I think I will use the analogy of a vehicle. Everything moves, the wheels, the engine, the radiator, the side mirrors, everything is important for a vehicle to move. Yes. That's family, it's the support system.
And you switch on the ones for the rain are called what? The wipers, when you need them. Yes. And they work.
So in the context of work-life balance, nothing stops. I've had people who have this, I'm pursuing a career, I'll come back to the family later. There are pros and cons, but I think for me and where I sit, everything has to continue. It takes a lot of effort to run a startup or any business. You need the support system. One of the things that you're taught when you're founding a company is that have chemistry, have a co-founder first. Even the investors who invest, they look at the founding team, who is composed of, and sometimes they are shy of businesses that are run by one person because of the risk. Yes. Because also of the risk of burnout of this one person. If they run out of steam, what will happen? And this person, you know, there is a risk of decision making. This person is in charge of saying what happened. Or even if you break your leg and you cannot come to the office for a month or so, what will happen? So there is something called co-founder chemistry. It's like, be very careful who you choose to be your co-founder, because you walk the journey and there are very hard hours in the beginning that you have to put in. I always give this example. Working in a startup is like condensing 20 years of your life, your work life, into like 5 or 10. It's either doing double or triple. Very intense. And things change every day. And there are crises here and there are firefighting. Yesterday we were fighting a fire of some US-funded programs have been stopped. And they were our employer of record employees who are working under, and they are terminated immediately, and we have to figure out what is how is the contract. You have to give notice to an employee 30 days, and who will pay this salary, and who takes the things change overnight sometimes. Yeah, so the family aspect comes in as a support system to you. I have happily married. We had a wedding around 2014. I was still at very early on in the career. We have 2 daughters, 11 and 6. And 6. Yeah, they're big now. We have conversations and they know what I do, and it is good to see them coming up as little humans and having conversations. I think you have to deliberately create the time for family. Yeah, so for me what I do is I block time on the weekend. We don't fortunately work on Saturdays and Sundays. So that's dedicated to the family, so unless of course it's an emergency. Yeah, I have two days in a week that can now do that. Yeah, and we have activities we do. I take them to swimming. Sundays are for church and going out. And as I said, everything has to move. So you still also have to check their homework if you get home early. And I remember the challenge I had because now they are in a different curriculum. It is no longer A, B, C, D. It is Abu. Abacud. Like,
as we did the alphabet in Kikuyu.
I remember the confusion sometimes I have when the older one comes with a maths problem.
Yeah.
I know the answer, but I don't know
how do you explain?
How are you taught the formula? Because I can show you something and it is belonging to
no, Dad, it's not like that.
Yeah, so again, it is a new
amazing.
system. I appreciate the new system, the competence-based curriculum. I think we'll have some time to deconstruct that.
It's still very new, so I mean,
but early on, I think it will take shape.
It will take shape over
for
time.
family, I think look at as work, a support system. And also invest time for your mental health. I think there was a lot of talk around mental health post-COVID. A lot of people were working from home. They were stressed out. How do you balance? And that's when we started getting out. And now I am on Strava. I'm happy we have a hike coming up.
This Saturday we are going to Karula.
I was to confirm. I will be on it.
Yes.
And I do a lot of walks. We have a company thing where we are walking, we are hiking, and it helps you to interact with nature. Again, you have to deliberately create time for your health. Remember the vehicle. Your health is part of the vehicle. It has to move. If you don't take care of your health, like we have an example of, we have this conversation around our workplace. If you don't go on leave or you don't take time to take a break, your body will force you. You do not want your body to say, you must take a break.
Force you to take a break.
And sometimes it is permanent.
Can be severe.
So, before that, can you create the culture where you can balance and you are taking care of your physical, your mental, your psychological, your social, your emotional. All those aspects are important for success.
We have a lot of young fathers who are watching. So do you have a word for them? The young fathers especially, because you've been through, or you are going through it as a young father who is also a professional. Just tell them something.
I think the days of beating or the discipline that we went through does not apply now. I've continued to invest in making my parents have, a comfortable
life as much as you can. We have a lot of young fathers who are watching. So do you have a word for them? The young fathers especially, because you've been through, or you are going through it as a young father who is also a professional. Just tell them something.
I start guided by the 3 P's or 4 P's. Be a provider. Take care of bills and take care of your family. Make sure that you give them a better life than yourself, what they deserve, I think. Be a protector. I think that's P number 2. Protect them, make sure that you create for them a safe haven at home. I think the days of beating or the discipline that we went through does not apply now. So the protection is creating that safe place where they can feel that they have a
secure.
Yeah, and they can talk, because also some safety is that they can open up to you and tell you what is going on in their life. There is a lot of things happening around that age, and I think sometimes we don't see it. They are being exposed to a lot of material, and if you are not protecting them, especially even with technology, I think you have to be deliberate about protecting them against the technology, because as I said, there is the good and the bad.
Yeah.
So sometimes I think technology is left for their imagination, and they are not protected in spaces. Maybe sometimes they go. You have to play that part. Number 3, I think it's being a priest. And this is guiding
spiritual guidance for the family.
Yeah, there is that. There is also character. What values do you want to inculcate in them? And lastly, which is also very important, is you have to be present. Sometimes someone can do all those things, but they get home at 11 p.m., 2 a.m.
Every day.
And I understand it can happen in our space where you wake up very early in the morning, you are out of the house before the kids wake up. By the time you're coming back, they are already
slept.
And the only time you can see them is the weekend. And there is all that time lost connecting with them. So it is a deliberate effort to make, as a young father, to be present, to be there every moment. I think I can say for me, time is very short. It just moves, and you can miss it. So if you're not present, a lot can go on. So I think that's my advice.
Thank you for that. And I think it's spot on. And we also know that kids grow very fast. So you just have them for a very short time, when you have the opportunity to participate in their formation in terms of values and all that. So thank you for that. Now, finally, I want us to discuss all those bursaries you received. All those hours mom and dad spent trying to, eking a living, trying to pay your school fees, that 3,000. How are you paying? Have you paid it back, or what has happened in the meantime, after now you start earning the dollars? What happened?
One thing I committed to do is to get out. Remember the promise of getting out of that place?
Yes.
Via an education, that's the university. And when I got the equity scholarship and was at 25,000 shillings, I saved aggressively. Yeah, I used to save in the excess of 15,000.
Out of the 25?
Yes. I remember it took me less than 6 months to buy a 50 by 100 plot in Nyahururu town.
Wow.
Walking distance.
Wow.
And I got the equity scholarship on July the 8th, and on the 26th of December, that was on Boxing Day. The present my parents opened was a new house in...
Wow, in Nyahururu.
In Nyahururu.
Wonderful.
And we relocated, and I think I see it now that is the biggest achievement that I ever made, because it was, in hindsight, also a statement to the rest of the people.
Yes.
You can get out,
Yes.
And what that did is that the story, of course, was, it was
a big story.
Yes, yes. And I did not see it, but I just thought, I am doing this for the struggles we went through. We have to change our life. And the other thing I did is to get my siblings to an academy, private school. That day was the time free primary education had been introduced by the Kibaki administration. What happened is that schools got flooded with students, and we had, I think we had a crazy ratio, teacher-student ratio, and my siblings were a victim of the system where they were not doing well in school because of, you know, so I got them to an academy. They were able to catch back in terms of catch up in terms of school. They later went to secondary school, and I've supported them through colleges, and they're now doing their own things. I think that's one way that I have done. I've continued to invest in making my parents have, you know, a comfortable you know,
life as much as you can.
So I helped them start a daily.
Both your parents are still
they're still there.
alive?
I'm the firstborn, so I enjoyed their. They have. They're still young. They are in their 60s. Early 60s, I think.
And in good health.
And late 50s.
Oh, that's good.
And I've continued to look at how I can support them. Start a dairy, you know, dairy cows for them so that they can sell the milk. I'm a big proponent of not giving people fish. How to fish. So I ask myself, how can I create a way where you can be self-sustainable?
So give them the fishing rod instead of the fish itself. Okay, that's great.
Now to the bigger story of giving back to the society.
Yeah, we are coming to that.
Okay.
And someone said that service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. Service to others. Because, you know, sometimes we think we live on earth free of charge, but I think we need to pay the rent by serving others. So I want you in that respect then to tell us, how are you paying your rent for the room you occupy here on earth by service now to the wider community, not necessarily your parents or your family members or your close community. Yeah.
If I can tell these words of affirmation to a kid who is looking up to me and who want to do what I have done, I need to go back and get more people out. So I started with the village. You need to have attention, you need to create time, you need to be seeing this person on Sunday or the weekend. In Form 4, all my days were spent at school. I used to go to school even on the weekends. And that kind of sacrifice cannot accommodate a relationship. That's the truth.
Service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. Service to others. Because, you know, sometimes we think we live on earth free of charge, but I think we need to pay the rent by serving others. So I want you in that respect then to tell us, how are you paying your rent for the room you occupy here on earth by service now to the wider community, not necessarily your parents or your family members or your close community.
So after I got out. That's how I can describe it, of the environment. I was also mindful of the people I left behind. I was the first graduate from that village.
From your school and from the village.
Yes, it was. It was a big story. But then there was the inspiration or the unlocking that this can be done. And there are a lot of young people coming through and saying, if he did it,
I can also do it.
And that was not enough. When I went to the equity program, I had this need to go back and tell them. Because I imagined There was a time I was hungry for mentors. I wished somebody could come. You know, when you dream about the university and you imagine or you pray that one day you interact with somebody from the university and they just tell you, either they validate you or they tell you can actually do it, or they tell you my story is actually like your story. I also struggled because sometimes for kids it's very hard to imagine the reality when you are dreaming. The reality, how can I achieve that? So mentorship did that. I think my motivation of becoming a mentor was to play it back.
Pay it forward.
And to be the mentor that I wished to see when I was a kid.
The one I did not have. Yes.
So I was fortunate. I was mentored by others. I read books and they opened for me some imaginary fiction. I don't know if it's reality. I read the Think Big story, Believe It Word by word only to you know the story. I will not say, but it is back in me something. There is a line that is in that book that says, even if you are yellow-skinned or green-skinned and you know something that other people don't know, instead of running from you because you are yellow-skinned, they will beat a path to your door. And I was like, that's profound. And it is back.
Changed your whole perspective.
Yes, and I said, if I can tell these words of affirmation to a kid who is looking up to me and who wants to do what I have done, I need to go back and get more people out. So I started with the village. I ran programs there with churches. I used to go on Sunday and speak to kids after church, and they would come from, now they know Edwin is coming. They'd come from other churches and fill the place.
In addition to your church, you start with your church, then they all start congregating there.
Yes.
Amazing.
Figured this needs to be scaled. I now started going to high schools. Started with my former school, went there and just told them, anything you believe that it is not possible, just delete that memory. I am here to tell you today.
And we are creating a new perspective.
Yes, I am here to tell you today. I was seated here.
Where you are sitting.
I did my exam there.
Wow.
You know me, I was eating there with you guys last year, and I'm here now. And it is a change in mindset. And we transitioned from, we qualified university, 3 of us in my year. That school started getting 30 plus students to the university.
What?
Yes.
30? From zero?
Yes. Out of a student population of, I think, double stream, 40, 80, we were transitioning 30 plus to the university.
You just say the impossible is possible with the right mindset.
So, and then, you know, common things. It's not like magic. It's basics. Yeah. Academic excellence is a function, or you have to derive it from discipline. Yeah. You have to sacrifice. Discipline, you have to sacrifice. I did not tell you that I am blank the 2 months before KCSE, because one of the things I was doing, which was crazy in retrospect, was spending the nights at school because there was no paraffin at home, and so the school had electricity.
For you to study in the evening?
Yes. So I used to pretend that I am going with the rest, and then sneak from the stage, the bus stage, and go back to class. And then lock myself in the classroom because there was a guard walking in the night. And if I make any movement, I know an arrow can be on my back anytime. Yeah. And over time, they also
There's a pattern here.
Yes, and we became friends when they knew that I was
So
studying.
they will not now disturb you.
So
they
for
knew you were
2
there.
months I was sneaking, and my parents could ask me, but
where were you last night?
I'd say, oh, there is a friend of mine near our school. I spent the night there.
At their place.
We were revising. That story came out when I finished. And yes, and kids started that thing and forming groups, and they started a movement called transnighting. Transnighting is reading.
Literally through the night. The following day you were in class.
Yes. So the funny story, in the morning what used to happen is that 3 a.m. I would take a shower, take a bucket, get to the shower, take shower. And then when the sun gets out, I'm very cold. I have not eaten anything, supper, breakfast, very cold. I'm waiting for the uji for I think it was served around 10 a.m. So I would come out because I'm too cold to bask in the sun, the morning sun, to just have my hands warm.
At least warm up a bit.
Yeah, and that's just before the bell for the morning prep that was going out at 7:15.
Yes.
And then what was very funny is that I would do it maybe from 7, like a 15-minute break, and someone would come. They're now arriving at the school at that time.
Yes.
Go and put their books and come and bask with me.
With you? What?
I'm like, I cannot tell you that.
Now you are coming. You have slept in your bed. You have had your dinner last night. You have had your breakfast this morning. Me, I've had none of those. And you're here with me.
Yeah. And I used to, it was very hard. There was some time, some nights that it would get very cold.
I can imagine. And
I'm hungry, and I cannot go home. Cold. Because remember, it's 16 kilometers from home.
From school, yeah, it's far.
And I used to ask myself, why am I doing this? 2 questions. Why am I doing this? And I know the answer. And is it worth it? And I know the answer, and I could carry on.
Just continue.
And every night, I was completing a whole exam. Like today, I decide it's mathematics. I'll do mathematics paper 1 and 2 before the night ends. And that obsession, that time, when I told people what it took, the sacrifice it took, and what you have to make to get that, because they were not ordinary circumstances. Yeah, and I had a very short time. I told them, when we talk about sacrifice, I don't want you to think that these are Jabba stories.
Edwin, now I can't stop. I can't help it. You need to tell, because I know there will be some students watching this part of the program. Can you tell them the story about if they want to marry a beautiful wife like you did, what they have to do? And what will happen if they do not work very hard? Who will they marry?
Interesting.
I've had you, I go for mentorship with you, so I know those stories you tell them.
Interesting.
Tell them.
One of the challenges that a lot of students go through is teenage relationships. And love is a beautiful thing, I don't deny, and it starts as early as it starts. Even in high school, people have girlfriends, and I remember I also had. And there was a time when I had that resolution, and I looked at the things that were distracting me from getting there. And I knew I have to be absolutely on top of the game, 100%, if not more, focus to get what I wanted. So there were things that I had to sacrifice.
Yes.
Something else was also pool table.
You loved it.
Yeah, I was so good at it. I used to be employed at the pool table during the work holidays. Story for another day. But when it comes to relationships, that is also a sacrifice that it has to be made, because you know what, relationships, they take time away from you.
Distraction.
You need to have attention. You need to create time. You need to be seeing this person on Sunday or the weekend. In Form 4, all my days were spent at school. I used to go to school even on the weekends. And that kind of sacrifice cannot accommodate a relationship. That's the truth. And you cannot balance. You cannot say, this is like what I'm saying, work-life balance, I do this, I do this. Something has to give. So unfortunately for teenage relationship, they are the ones to give. Because the goal is bigger than that.
That particular.
And if it is meant to be, and this is my advice to the young people, if it is meant to be, it will wait. It
will be, yeah.
It will wait. And interestingly enough, the person they think will be, when they are now falling for them, later on as they transition life, they realize, oh, there are more fish in the sea.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so for me, I sacrificed. I was very upfront with it. I was like, let us focus on our getting to the university. We'll pick up. It is not a stop. It is a pause.
It is really the principle of forgetting about or foregoing instant gratification. That's really what you're telling us. And that applies across, even when it comes to management of finances. It's the same principle. Forget about instant gratification. It will not take you very far, although it may look good today. Now, finally, the flame mentors. Tell us about it.
You can't go to your parents for career advice. What do they know?
No idea. Yeah.
You can't go to your teachers for career advice. Some know, some don't. Limited information here and there.
Yeah.
My name is Shadrach and I am from your former school. You came to us and spoke to us about, academic and everything.
Now, finally, the flame mentors. Tell us about it.
So the mentorship that we did was around, and we quickly formed a group. We had a name. It said Flame Mentors. We had a brainstorming session and one of us said, we need something that shows we are lighting up people. We are...
It's a torch.
And we had this baseline that your candle does not go out by lighting
the candle for others.
That was the whole point. So we formed the group called the Flame Mentors, and we have a very powerful tagline: rekindling hope, igniting change.
Yeah, that's great.
So we started as a group of 6. Started with the schools. And everybody could say, well, let's go to my former school first. And then they started doing referrals. There was this group from Equity that, and the manager was on board. He was sending us to schools. Remember also there is an aspect, we need that school account too.
Oh yes.
We were
it's
doing
also a business growth thing.
And we were focusing on the 3 thematic areas: academic excellence, how do you pass exams? Because again, in that time, the education system is pass the grades. So what are the tactics to pass? If I'm struggling in this subject or that subject, what do I do?
What do I do?
I am good in this, but I'm not good in this. What do I do? And you have to, when we spoke to students, we unearth or unearth a lot of things that are happening. Then the next thing is, as I was saying, you know, discipline is very important. So character formation became a very strong pillar that we were speaking to students about. How do you have the right mindset, discipline, values to actually succeed? And finally, it was, and the relationship aspect and peer relationship and peer pressure was coming there, and we were very strong, and our stand was these things can wait. There is a time for everything, and apparently the time now is for your goals and your objectives and your career. Spend time there and make sure that the 4 years that you are in high school, the outcome is actually favorable, because it sets you apart. The next thing that you do is determined by the result of the KCSE. Like the KCSE certificate determines a lot of things that happen to you after. Yes. So you have to pay attention.
Work
and
on
if you have the competence and the capacity to actually pass, do it. So we were identifying the areas that can prevent someone or a student from delivering their potential and telling them, do this, do this, do that. And number 3, which was very important as a pillar, was the career guidance. And I was saying most of the schools, even from my experience, do not even have an established career office. You can't go to your parents for career advice. What do they know?
No idea. Yeah.
You can't go to your teachers for career advice. Some know, some don't. Limited information here and there. So some people I have heard, they go to their most successful uncle. And if the uncle is a lawyer, do you know what they will say?
Become a lawyer.
I'll
tell them to become a lawyer also.
That is the career
I tried that with my children. They refused. Other than one. We just be a lawyer.
And you have all this misguided, misinformation guidance about careers, because they are on the basis of what would you tell somebody, do this because it is marketable. No one cares about what's your passion. What do you really want to?
Or what's the talent within you?
Yes.
What are you good at?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have a very interesting story that we have somebody we work with at our company. Did very good in high school, got A's. You know the result slip that has
throughout everything.
And they were also in the equity program. That's how we also met.
Student.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they, do you know the default course that they do? Medicine. He was in University of Nairobi doing medicine. Anatomy, you know what happens. And he was, this is not for me.
We were told about it by Dr. Yedenji, the friend they bring for you.
This is not for me. That is the time they
He disappeared.
This is not for. He struggled, conflicted, finished first year, but he did not go back.
And he knew like, this is not.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Went back, started applying for colleges outside for scholarship, was never successful in getting a full scholarship, because some of them, you know, if you get partial scholarship, it doesn't help you, because the amount you need to raise for that partial.
It's too much. It's very expensive.
And then accommodation and all the
other expense, flights,
3 years passed, 2 to 3 years passed, still hoping to get, and it was like, I'm interested in knowing how people create these softwares. Joined Moringa School.
What?
And did software engineering for 6 months. He is now our engineering manager at WorkPay.
What?
Yes.
So he never went to university, basically?
Yes. Yeah. So, in terms of career...
But that's how bright bright students fall off. Because he is a top of the cream in performance. Yes. But he couldn't get now in the way
and
it's
I'm
structured.
not saying medicine is bad, but who is getting
but you know, the system does not guarantee him another course if he doesn't like that one, which is what he was admitted
for. The interfaculty thing, I have had some people have done interfaculty, school, it's very...
But it's very difficult,
complex.
especially now, because the demand is high.
And when you have already started on a career, to shift, it's very complicated. I have another case of somebody who did law.
Yes.
No disrespect to law, but it is the parent again, sorry, who had said, become a lawyer because like your uncle is a very successful lawyer. And they did it, and they got to KSL, and they were shown dust by KSL, and they were like, this is not for me.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I just want to become a developer. And they started training themselves. They are now interning at a company as a junior developer. And you can talk about many cases where people are in the wrong careers according to their competencies or their passions.
And the passion. Now, how many have you mentored so far under the Flame? Okay, first of all, tell us how many mentors do you have now under the Flame Mentors program? Those who are, and I know they all volunteer. They don't get any payments from anyone.
So we grew from 6 to around 150.
You are 150 now.
Yeah, volunteers. I would say we are not as active as we used to be because we had time then to go to high schools.
You're becoming more and more busy.
Yeah, we had weekends. That is when we were going to schools. Now we are kind of divided into chapters. So what we eventually did is that we found a chapter for Dedan Kimathi University. There was a group there. They organized mentorship around Nyeri, and they go. We have one for Chuka University. They organize mentorships around region. They have a lead person leading them. We have the main one in Nairobi that now starts here and goes for outreach. What we have now is more scaled down mentorships. A few people go. Like that time used to be at the university.
The whole team.
It was also a trip outside Nairobi and experiences and all that. We used to go, sometimes you would be even 40 plus mentors in a single school. Yeah,
I know. You've done that for me several times.
And I think I can summarize the mentorship with one experience that I had. One day I was shopping in a supermarket in my town, Nyahururu, and I'm going picking stuff. You know the way you compare prices. And somebody stops me, a young man, and it's like, Edwin, I cannot say thank you enough. I'm like, wait, who are you?
Who are you first? You have no idea who this man is.
Yeah, and like, my name is Shadrach, and I am from your former school. You came to us and spoke to us about, academic and everything. Because of your talk, I worked very hard, and I also got an A- of 80. And I'm now pursuing nursing at the University of Nairobi. I'm like, that is it. If I don't do anything else in this life, I am successful.
No, you just tell them, if you learn, you teach. If you get, you give. Because that's the only way you pay it forward. For those who did it for you, he may not be able to repay you, but he can repay by doing that too. To other people, and that should be there.
So maybe to also tell you, back to the story of the teacher who wrote.
That one who said, I wish
every parent has a son
like this one.
Fate was to connect us again.
What was the name of that teacher, by the way? Do you remember?
Mr. Gakunga.
Mr. Gakunga.
We are still friends to this day.
Oh, he's still here?
Mr. Gakunga is Alpha's dad. You know Alpha?
Yes.
A small world.
Wow.
So I mentored his boys. I mentored his 2 boys. They were younger? Yes. They are now both advocates of the High Court.
They are advocates?
Yes, all of them.
Amazing.
Yeah. And they joined the program, and they continue to give back. So how it works is, I mentor someone.
Yes.
They also mentor, and the chain continues.
Yes.
And you can
and we
see
always
the
say that
connections.
if you mentor one, that one mentors 10, and those 10 mentor 10, and that 10 mentor another 10 times 10 times 10. Soon you have so many people who have received that benefit, and we make a lot of progress. Amazing. So Mr. Gakunga, eventually his dream became true because he actually got sons like you. That's all I would say. Okay. So anyways, I think we'll have to end here. This story can go on and on. So Edwin, that has been fantastic. But before we end, please give us a parting shot.
I want to appreciate the opportunity to be on the show. I know it has power to transform lives, and appreciate the much that you are doing. Appreciate the fact that you're also my mentor, and we have interactions in other forums, including the mentorship forums. Thank you for this opportunity, and anyone listening to my story. I would say if you are in business, keep going. Opportunities are everywhere. Do not give up, be resilient. If you are a student, chase the dream. It is never too late. Keep fighting until you make it. You have to keep up. And thank you for the opportunity again. Peace out.
Has that not been such a fantastic, fantastic story? I've really enjoyed it. I've also learned a lot also, even in the course of the discussion. And I too hope you have learned a lot, taken the lessons. And I really want to thank Edwin. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you sharing so openly, so wholeheartedly your story with us, your experience with us. I'm sure it's going to bless very, very many people who are watching us. This is the Executive Table with Mary Wamae. Continue watching, and thank you so much for staying with us.